T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you need a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shows who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you need in that shoulder. Same's got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. This is right in the title. Shimmer was right, and I was wrong. Dilution started on the 6th. We got notification from AMC letting us know. Adam Aaron put out in a tweet that they started on the 6th. And so now we all know that part of the reason for that big volume increase that happened during that time was definitely part of the reason for that was because of the shares being sold into the marketplace. Last night before the I shouldn't say last night. Last night before the end of the live stream, we had a bunch of volume that started kind of showing up on the bid and the ask side that to me looked like there may have been some selling going on in the marketplace, or at least some more liquidity had hit the marketplace as the orders were much bigger than they have been in the past, but they still weren't the size that I was expecting to see. I'm a little surprised that as many shares hit the market as they did, and we didn't see larger quantities. I have a feeling that we may end up seeing larger quantities of shares showing up in the order book, maybe today, going forward. We had our pokey stick of volume this morning, by the way, and I'm a little bit late today. I jump scare woke up probably like at least twice, no, probably 3 times last night. And due to some heavy thunderstorms, so I ran downstairs and saved everything on my computer and shut it down. And for those of you guys who've been around long enough to know, you know it takes me like a good 30 minutes just to get this thing rebooted back up. And so I was going to try and set my alarm to wake back up earlier, but as I was coming back to bed, I forgot to reset my alarm, so I got up at my normal time. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to make it on time. So I just went ahead and decided that I was going to start an hour late today. Since the thunderstorms were still rolling through when I woke up at 5:30 my normal time. So, yeah. So now they've done rolled through. I don't know if there's any more coming, but so I'm good to go now. Our pokey stick of volume this morning came in with 407,000 shares going through there. We had about 700,000 shares, almost 800,000 shares before that, which gave us a total of 1.18 million shares traded so far this morning from the pokey stick. And so I don't know. I think that's a lot of volume. The last 2 days we saw about 60 I think it was about 60,000 shares going through by that same time. And we ended up with about 37 million shares 2 days in a row with about 60,000 shares. So just kind of take that in, right? Like we had 60,000 shares plus on Tuesday, and we ended up with 37.7 million shares. We had 60,000 plus in the pre-market the next day, and we had 37.4 million yesterday. And so we're sitting at about 1.1 million shares in the pre-market this morning. Let me do some math on the side over here. This is going to be a big number. So, all right. So normally 100 million shares, or 100,000 shares rather, would kind of give me the idea that we'd be hitting about 50 million shares for the day. So 200,000 would be about 100 million shares. I think let me see here. Let me think about this for a minute. This is going to take a minute for me to think about this. This is a lot of volume. It's still too early for this kind of stuff. Let's see. I'm going to take whatever number I get, and I'm going to probably cut it in half. 4, 6, 8, 10, 500, 600 million shares, maybe, or 550 million shares, maybe cut it in half. So maybe somewhere around like 250 million shares traded. Let me scroll back here just a little bit and see what we had. We had 84 million on the 6th. Let's do that. Let's go with... I think the day on the 6th, I think I said that we were going to have somewhere between 100 and 150 million. We ended up having 84. So what I'll do is I'll say 80 to 100, and I'm going to give myself a 50 million spread here like I did before. I'm going to say 50 to, or it's not 50, 80 to 130 million shares traded. And I actually think I'm on the low side here on this guesstimate. But 80 to 130 million shares is what I'm going to guess for the day today, which is quite a bit of volume. Ben says 80 to 120. Yeah, I probably could go 120. I'm just going to give myself an extra. I mean, that's a lot of volume. I mean, when you add a zero in there and you compare this to like what we used to be trading at in volume wise, you know, to predict 80 million shares is the equivalent of predicting 800 million shares traded in a day. So, I mean, these numbers are pretty massive. So it's not small quantities. Jordan says, what do you think about AMC raising capital? I wish it would have been in a higher dollar amount. I don't think there's a single one of us that would say, no, I'm perfectly fine with where they raised the money. I think every single one of us wants to see them raise capital at a higher dollar cost. But, it is what it is, man. We gave him the car keys to drive this car. We got to trust in him driving it, so... Because if you don't trust in Adam Aaron in driving this car, then you are invested in the wrong stock. Because he is the CEO of this company, and we voted for him to save it. So, I think the general narrative that's going to be pushed out there is to doubt the CEO, and that's going to be the big push. Doubt Adam Aaron. You gave him the car keys, and he done crashed the car. That's going to be what the narrative is going to be, and I think this is far better. I'll say this. I think this is far better than the company being bankrupt. So if this saves the company from being bankrupt, then I think it saves our position and what we're holding. So that's a good thing. Nosa says, do we have any other option? Not really. This is it. This is the it's other than sold and move on. Yeah, I mean that's what it comes down to. Sold and move on, and if we can see these price increases moving up to higher amounts, then he can sell some more shares at a higher amount. So we'll see what ends up happening. In the pre-market this morning, we're about 5% up right now. It is coming down. We did hit a top at around, where was that top? Was it 908? We hit 908 for a top. This says 909 over here in this minute right after the pokey stick, but I'm not going to count that one. 908's the top for me. That was just a little candle wick that I'm not going to count there. So 908 is our top. That's 28.8% up from the 705 price that we found for a bottom. I already plugged these in earlier this morning for synthetic price failure down here. So if we were to see a synthetic price failure, we're looking at somewhere between 730 to 712. And then I also plugged in last night as I was receiving the information about the dilution. I plugged in the average share price. Hold on a second, guys. So we just got a phone call saying that the kids' school has partial power right now. So it's I'm glad I'm glad I turned off my computer when I did, because I wouldn't want any kind of power surges to come through. I've worked with computers my entire life, and one of the things that I know, power bumps are not good for computers, especially when they're on. So I always turn whenever we're in the thick of a really bad thunderstorm, I typically try to turn off the computer to try to save it from any kind of power bumps. Best way I can think of to try and knock out your anything. I mean, it could be something really simple on your computer that just a little surge in power is all it takes, and it'll break parts. So I'm glad I turned it off when I did. Ben says, out of curiosity, what would happen if the short's covered with fake shares? That is impossible to occur. But what they can do is, in a roundabout way, what they can do is they can perhaps make some swaps and allow things to other collateral positions to be able to hold the risk. Oops, sorry, I didn't have the price up here. Let's see. Why does the vortex indicator look like this? Both lines going down. It's all based off of. You know what I do, Ivan? Go into what's the place I go to? There's a website called. I can't remember what it's called. Well, I'm looking it up here. And I couldn't remember what it was called. Investopedia. And, why didn't it show up? There we go. I'm just going to link you the link real fast to this. What I would do, anytime I ever have questions like you're asking, the first thing that I do is if I ever have questions like that, I go straight to the formula on what causes the indicator to do what it does. So what I would do is I would go to that link that I just sent to you right there, go in there and look at what causes vortex indicator to track the way that it does, and then using that information, come up with an answer for yourself. Why is it that it moves the way that it does, and based off of how it's calculated. So true range is the greatest. TR is true range. If you scroll down there, you'll see it. Current high minus current low, current high minus previous close, current low minus previous close, uptrend and downtrend movement, VM plus absolute value of current high minus prior. I mean, this is why I'm not telling you right here, because I'm going like this all has to do with how they calculate out how price movement moves and how it's calculating out vortex indicators. So when you see these really large spikes in the amount of volume or volatility that's occurring inside and volume that's occurring inside of these very crazy candles that are happening at 7 o'clock in the morning, that's the reason why. It's calculating that into the previous movement from the past and calculating it into this. So you end up seeing these really weird movements in Vortex Indicator. But that's what I would do is go to that website, or you can use any website, and just look how the indicator calculates out what it's doing, and then try and figure out why it's doing what it's doing. No, they don't have to move opposite each other. They can move in the same direction. All right, we got to go through numbers. Let's see here. Roaster Guy says the bond with a debt covenant that prevented us from issuing a dividend are gone. Love to get some confirmation of that, but that would be awesome if it's true. Let me take you guys. Give me a second here. I'm gonna take you guys over the other page. We got to go through these numbers real quick here because I'm obviously not gonna take a break today before market open, but I need to get these numbers done because I want to get them out of the way before some of the numbers start refreshing. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I'm not going to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. I'll tell you what I am going to do, though. I forgot to put up the poll this morning. Let me put that up real quick. All right. There's the poll for you guys. Let's take a look at what we got going on for these numbers. Starting the top left-hand side. Oh, man, I was so close yesterday. So close. We closed at $8.24. I had 661 to 961. Eric had 615 to 915. And Apex had 637 to 937. Let's see here. Yeah, I was targeting $8.11, so I ended up being off by about 13 cents. So I was really, really close. Not too far off, but not enough to give me an extra bonus point. So every single one of us is going to get a point for yesterday. No bonuses awarded, unfortunately. All right, short exempt volume was definitely up day over day. It went to short exempt volume drove day over day. It went from 280.2 thousand to 364.8. Day over day price increase was an 8.85% increase in price. If we were to take the previous day's increase in price, what were we up? Were we up 3%? I'm pretty sure we were up 3%. That's 2 of 3. I'm going to go ahead and write that down as 2 of 3. And I'm going to take this yellow. If we can get another 5% increase in price for the day-to-day, that's going to be a green colored cell here. Fill effects. Let's make it yellow. And utilization, you guys will be happy to know that it is going up. yet even further. It's now at 83.58%. It's 90% or better is good enough for me, and I will turn it green as soon as it hits 90%. So we're getting really close to 3 greens. Very, very close. I have not seen 3 greens ever since I've been tracking this. All right, next we have... I already updated since I had to reboot the computer. I already updated max pain, so $7 is max pain for the day today, which I was a little surprised by. I thought it would be a little bit higher than that. Taking a look at exchange by the end of the day, yesterday, the total amount of volume going through off exchange was 49.41%. EDGX was at 6.12. The combined total net was 55.53% when we should be seeing at least 64. So part of the reason why we were up for the day yesterday was that our off exchange was short by 8.47% of our total daily volume. A lot of part of the reason for that is just that volume actually going through the New York Stock Exchange. CHX volume for the day yesterday was 3.631 million shares. Now I told you guys that I want to see this number stay low. Unfortunately, this doesn't cause a whole lot of buying pressure in the future. It takes away, because they were able to close out some of the, or deliver shares, so it takes some of that pressure away from the need to deliver shares in the immediate future. So when I told you guys that there's still some more pain left to go here, I think that there is. I think there's still a chance that we see price movement potentially upwards, but a very sharp downwards movement to follow. Probably the kind of sharp down movement that's going to take your breath away, kind of thing. So we need to see a couple days of this number just not being very high. At least a week's worth would be nice. GME's CHX volume for the day yesterday was 334 shares, not a whole lot. Taking a look at what's next here. Institutional ownership. Still reporting at 154.089 million. No new change on that. We should be getting the reports about a month from now, I think. Yeah, about a month from now we should be getting some of the data coming through, I think. And then, excuse me, options. I already updated this morning, and I'm just going to be looking at options that are closest, open interest that's closest to the current strike price that's in the money and out of the money. The spread on the options there. So let me look at my notes here real quick. I had $7.50 for the highest amount of calls in open interest, and that still is the case. There's 26,025 contracts there. Yesterday was 24.2, so it did increase in volume just a hair. I'm just going to call it 26,000. Highest amount of open interest on the put side, closest to the strike price, where we're at right now, is a $7 strike. There was 57.4 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 57.7. Looks like the market's kind of straddling in open interest, something between 7 and 7.5 for the end of the week here. And as of right now, we're much higher than that. This very well could be what I was talking about in regards to seeing like a big sharp decline that we're going to see that would cause us to maybe drive back down to that $7 to $7.5 strike range that the market's kind of anticipating. I'm not saying we can't close higher. I'm just there's a strong possibility the market's going to try and drive it to that direction, if possible. All right, taking a look at. Well, actually, I'm going to give you a little bit of music, and then I'll move some screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty. Utilization, day over day driving up from 76.92 to 83.58%. And on loan amount, day over day dropping a little bit. We went from 30.27, a record high, for shares on loan to 28.62. Let me pull out a calculator. $1.65 million shares returned. That's going to obviously drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 16.74 down to 16.32. I have to increase the total amount of shares outstanding as the float obviously has increased from 158 to 198,000 shares, or million shares. Which means that the market's estimating about 831,000 of that short interest is in closed out short interest. I said loan. I should have said loan shares, not short interest. So 831,000 shares in short interest closed. On loan average age per day, the question is did they close out newer positions or older positions with the shares that they did return? And if this is skyrocketing upwards, then we'll know that they closed out newer positions. If it's flatlining, it may be middle to older, maybe a mix. And then if it's going down, then they likely closed out older positions. Looks like it flatlined, so it's kind of maybe like just a mixture of some of the positions that were closed out here. So day over day, it did increase though. It went from 7.57 to 7.93. So I would say there's a mixture of positions that were closed out, likely from yesterday on that return of 1.65 million shares. Security lending volume day over day did decrease from 10.59 million to 7.3. VIX this morning showing down 0.85 in the futures, and therefore the market is up. All these different, let's see, we have a range anywhere from like 0.26 to 0.57 being up on some of these markets. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. These numbers you can see from the amount of orders was only the last 4 minutes of the day, so it doesn't reflect the entire day. But AMC is on the top, is up on the top portion of this list here with a 65.56% buy to 34.44 sell ratio. Yesterday, GME before the end of the day was over did finally make it up back onto the list again, and with the last 4 minutes is also on the list here with a 56.16% buy to 43.84% sell ratio. So a little lacking, but it's only the last 4 minutes on that buy sell ratio. Could have been a little bit better. SSR trigger price for the day today is $7.42. Shares available to borrow is showing up at 900,000 shares. You can see as of earlier this morning, there was reporting of about 1.2 million. They did borrow 100,000. Then they returned 200, and then they borrowed 200. So we're looking at about 300,000 shares borrowed up to that point, and then they borrowed another 2. So about 500,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Let me just make sure I got that math right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Let's see here. So that's about how much they borrowed yesterday in total. It was about 550,000 shares yesterday. So about 500,000 shares so far today. Fees are at 4.5%. 171.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 84.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 284,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 116.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. Big bank movers for the day in the pre-market. I don't expect to see anything over I take that. I don't expect to see anything over 2.75% plus or minus in a change in the pre-market, and it doesn't look like there is. Yep, nothing. Ethereum Classic is up 0.04, getting what I think is probably one of its last pushes up here before potentially coming down and breaking out of this box. The U.S. dollar is up 0.16 right now and starting to head. Looks like it actually broke. The U.S. dollar broke the line here a few days back, earlier than anticipated. I didn't have the breakout until further down the road. I don't remember. Do note that it did break down to the bottom side here and then back up again. It could just be it could be a correction for some of that movement, and we may see it come back down inside this and break to a certain direction over here, closer to where I have this box at. But I mean, it definitely is breaking to the top side here for sure. It broke that line. But trending up right now. In the pre-market, oil is up 1.47 and trending up. And SPY is up 0.31. Starting to trend down. Tesla is up 0.26 in the pre-market and is starting to trend down after having been up. Amazon is up 0.3, starting to trend down as well. Cinemark is up 1.27 and trending up. It's jumped way up here. It's traded 122 shares so far for the day today. Doge is up 0.39 and still trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.74, starting to trend down after having been up earlier this morning. GME is up 0.56 and starting to trend up after consolidation. HYMC is up 2.08 in the pre-market and it's traded about 9,000 shares so far. Where's it at here? I'd say it's consolidating still. NCMI is up 1.49 and traded 1 share so far this morning and is currently trending in the upwards direction. Hood is up 0.38 and consolidating. And AMC is up 7.17 and starting to trend upwards after having a little bit of a downtrend. Ultimately, for the day today, since the market opened this morning, we're on an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had approximately, let's see here, $8.1 million more inflow than outflow. 1.61 million shares traded so far this morning. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.97, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have, hold on a second here, 72.01, which is signaling overbought. More selling pressure than buying pressure currently on a 1-hour time interval. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.91, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.75, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. On a 1-hour time interval, we got what we needed in regards to seeing the buying pressure that got us up above the conversion and the base. Lagging line is above price line. We're above the cloud. Usually price likes to break down and go through the bottom side of green clouds. Or not the bottom, go through the top side to go to the bottom side of a green cloud. So it's usually during the thinning portion. It doesn't have to be on the front side. It could be on the back side of this. What we're going to be looking for is we're going to be looking for price to come down and touch the conversion. Usually it'll touch the conversion once, come back up some more, and then break through the conversion and to the base. And when that happens, then you start to see a little bit of a short-term investor sell-off. So as of right now, it looks like a very strong buy signal. It's got lagging line above price line, conversion above base, and price is well above both the conversion and the base. So this is a very strong buy signal right here. What we don't want to see is that price coming down to touch that conversion or touch the base, which as of this point in time is around $8.23, which is what our closing price was yesterday. So I'm going to go ahead and write down that to keep this a buying signal, we need to keep price above. We need to keep this lagging line above price line. So we need to close above 909 to keep this a buying signal. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is just now starting to cross price line. Conversion has crossed base. There is a slight bit of room for a buy signal here on the bottom side of a cloud. Remember, the buy signal ends when the price is inside the cloud, because that becomes a point of uncertainty. So there is a little bit of a case for buying just slightly higher, maybe at a 909 price range, because conversion has crossed the base and the lagging line is just above the price line. So anywhere in price movement from $9.09 to the bottom of this cloud is where there's going to be a big buy signal, which is around $10.89. So we do have like almost a $2 buying range in here. To get above the cloud for the day-to-day, by the end of the day, we'd have to see something higher than 1486. I'm going to put 1490 or higher should keep us into a really strong buy signal. 1490. What I would like to see have happen is get that buying pressure that we need to push us up to perhaps maybe someplace just underneath the cloud here going into tomorrow, so that we can get the big push that we need to get through this cloud tomorrow, or close out the day right where we're at right now, go into Friday, close out the day flatlining Friday, and then Monday shooting through a thinner portion of cloud to get us above 1120. Because at 1120 on Monday, we would see exceptionally large amounts of short-term investors who would be stacking in on this. So, but we'll see what ends up happening. If I had to guess where price is going to move to, which is what I'm going to do right now for a price prediction. I think we'll probably resist the $10 break, a break above $10. We may see a temporary break above $10, but it'll probably come back down and rest just underneath it, if I had to guess. Or we may even see price come up and hit the $10 mark and just kind of bounce off of it and close out the day just underneath 10. So I'm going to go, I'm going to probably target a little bit lower than that, just because I want to, in case we do go down today, I want to see a support level of this line at the bottom down here. We do have a strong level of support, which ends the day out at right around $8. So I want to kind of try and price that in if I can, a touch for that going forward. If I do that, then I would have to say something like I would have to say $8 to $11 for a price prediction, which would put me at a 950 target. which is a little bit lower than I'd like to be, but I think it's probably safer for me to guess that than it is for me to try and hit the exact price. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's just do 8 to 11. I feel like I'm being really safe on that, though. I feel like I need to be a little bit more risky. What are the candles saying here? Hold on 1 second. Let me get rid of all this junk in here and just see what it looks like. Screw it. I think I'm going to go higher. I'm going to go higher. That's our doji candle right there. I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. I'm going to target $9.98. No. Yes. $8.48 to $11.48 is going to be my price prediction. And with that, I am going to take you guys back to the main page here and head back on over to the back of the Big Tramp. And see what those rowdy bunch are doing. Oh, there's nobody over there. Okay, that's interesting. Alrighty, let's see what you guys are saying.
Morning, Casey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Derek's going 860 to 1160. Kelly boy, you're welcome. Rex, good morning to you. How you doing today, sir? Nana, good morning. I had to say it. Nana's like,
It's a beautiful day, man.
you know, our rain is gone. Let me look at my, I didn't put on my glasses that entire time I was reading everything off. Our storm rolled through here earlier this morning, and I'm going to look and see if that's going to be the end of it for today, because I didn't actually look to see if that was going to be the end, but I think we're going to get some more rain here before the end of the day is over, but I don't think I have the thunderstorms that I had earlier. And I actually have flood advisory warnings for where I'm at right now. I mean, it was... I normally sleep through a good storm, so I was really surprised that I think I jump scared. Like, how many times did I jump scare last night, hun? Twice? 3 times?
Probably at least 3.
At least 3? Yeah, she's saying at least 3 times. I mean, I literally, like, the lightning was, it felt like it was, like, right on top of the house. I mean, I jerked right out of bed like somebody had, had a gunshot go off in the house or something. And There's at least, I think, 3 times last night I woke up.
Did Bruno sleep through it?
Yeah, he did. Bruno's he's not a puss. That dog, I don't know. It's like we take him out for fireworks, and no offense to dogs that don't like fireworks. You know, it's just Bruno wants to play with the fireworks. He literally wants to like play with them. I go out there to light him in the middle of the street. He chases me out there and sits there and waits for me to light him. And he's like, "Let's go, let's get these things going." And then he runs back with me to the side of the road, and he likes it. He watches them take off. Apex says, I'll drop my price prediction 15 till open. Might as well just assume that's when I'll give mine moving forward. Sounds good, Apex. Not a problem. Don't worry about it. Anytime before market open is perfectly fine. BK Broiler says, so confused. Are we going back to the 7s or the 10s? Yes. So a lot of times, BK Broiler is moving upwards. We tend to see a quick move down as well. So there's a very good chance that we could see, $10 and pull back down to the 7 ranges before, moving back up to even higher numbers. So part of that has to do with, I think, market makers needing to be able to have liquidity to make a market. You would think, and this is just, it's just my thought process, you would think that they would have all the shares that they would need with all the dilution that's occurred. However, that's not always the case. So, and in order to be able to create or make a market, which they're, by the way, required to do, they're tasked to do so. If they can't make a market on the current amount of liquidity that's in the marketplace, then that's the reason why we see those drops by 10% or thereabouts to trigger SSR. Good morning, Ariel. Bruno's that dog who fetches hand grenades and brings them back. I'm not a hunter. I don't. It's funny. I have a son named Hunter, but I don't really like to hunt. I think he would make a great. I forget what they call those dogs. Retriever, I guess, for the birds. Pretty sure he would make an excellent dog for that. He needs a better owner than me. CNBC what?
CNBC, they have their breaking news things. They say stocks making the biggest moves pre-market. So there's says AMC with the nice little logo there, Etsy, First Solar, and more. But forget I mentioned the other names, but it did at least say AMC.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. I think the glasses are finally clean. Ugh. All right. Somebody remind me to take this towel and clean it on break.
You gotta keep it.
Joe Pound says dumb money is. Oh yeah, that's what it's for. I keep it right here.
I've got one too.
Joe Pounds. Does it get dirty? Everyone, do you wash yours or you just throw it out and get a new one?
The microfibers.
Yeah,
no, yeah. I do. My wife, she's very good with the laundry. She washes them, and fantastic. Very good. Sorry.
Joe Pounce says that the Dumb Money was a great movie, and Andrew was saying the same thing earlier this morning. By the way, Andrew, welcome back. And I gave you a shout out before you left 2 days ago, and then I gave you a shout out yesterday too. We were thinking about you. Hope everything's going well for you, and your kid too. We were thinking about that as well. Mayo Man is supposed to be on CNBC at 10 a.m. I heard about it. I probably won't run it. I don't think I'll have access to it. Mizzy says, does Dumb Money mention AMC? I don't know if it does or not, but you know what? It's in AMC. so you know, that makes it worth watching, I guess. At AMC theaters especially. Jeffrey Jones says, no mention of AMC in Dumb Money. Nana says, Casey, take a small break, get coffee. I got coffee right here. I'm actually still drinking. I could heat it up a little bit, but what? Why are you trying to get rid of me? You want the price to run or something? What's the deal?
Cold coffee.
Joe Pound says,
sin, man.
As what? Oh, like, you know, as far as like getting the nicotine in you?
I said drinking cold coffee is almost a sin.
I thought you said same. Sin. It's almost a sin, yeah. Yeah, it's certainly not nearly as good cold, is it? Tish says, Casey, where's the Sunshine Band? I've never heard that before. What are you talking about? What does that mean? They're here. We play the Sunshine Band all the time. Jason was asking earlier this morning, how many different versions do I have of buy and hold now? I don't want to say just two, but I've only got two people who've entered in submissions for a different version. But both of which have come up with a couple different versions of, you know, their rendition. I still think it's funny, Tish. Even though I hear it all the time, I still think it's funny every time. It's okay. I was just teasing you. Mike says, on Capital Trades, you can see politicians trading activities. Some bought GME, no one bought AMC. Dumb Money, same thing. And GME is 68%. DRS, who's the dumb money? AMC is smart money. Can we call it Dumb Money Deuce? That would be probably... It reminds me back to, I always... That's why I always title the... anytime the live stream shuts down and I have to restart it back up, I always call it Part Due. Ever since, what was it, Hot Shots or something like that, where they had Part Due? I think we should call it Dumb Money Part Due. Part Due. That would be even more. That'd be even better. Drove an hour to see it at AMC. Very nice. Dumber money. Dumb money and Dumb and Dumber money. That's good. I like that one. Nice pirate. Oh, Apex, it's not 15 till, man. You got more time. Casey, how great ironic would it be for Dumb Money to have a surprising Barbenheimer success, bringing in extra profits for AMC and impacting a squeeze? It'd be awesome. Would love it. Ariel says, I'm a little sheepish, but I kind of like Casey and the Sunshine Band. Grew up in the disco era, happy music. You know, I played one of their songs not too long ago. And I don't. It was the first time because every time I play one of these songs for you guys, I always see the video. I had no idea what Casey looked like because I just never seen him before, and I was like, oh, that's what he looks like. And you hear the voices all the time on the radio or whatever.
They do play. What is it? They play "Walking on Sunshine" in American Psycho.
Like they're actually live playing in the movie. I don't remember that part.
No, it's just a song. Here, let me see if I'll double check here.
Oh, does that mean that Yucca's in here now? What does that mean?
Yeah.
All right. Apex says
sorry.
going with 878 close. Feels like a safe bet. 728 to 1028. Let me write it down. Go ahead. Tish says I was a disco queen. Taylor Swift is now being referred to as the Lavender Ape. Wouldn't it be Apette? I mean, isn't it? Is it not okay to like assume anything anymore? Like it's always, is it just ape? Do we keep everybody just ape so that we don't have like any gender references? We don't want to offend anybody here. We don't call them apettes.
Okay, I was wrong. "Walking on Sunshine" is by Katrina and the Waves. Never mind.
Yahoo is showing Institute ownership as Vanguard holding 5 million, BlackRock 2 million, and the rest converted. Own less than 10% now, down 15% from pre-split. Yukon says, Casey, I brought bags of AMC popcorn to a group event of about 20 people. Within an hour, everyone was fighting over the bags. They loved how good it was. Yukon, good to see you back, man. I know you've been on vacation, but you've been missed. I'll just tell you that. It was nice seeing you again last night in the back of the big tramp, and welcome back. I'm glad you're safe, and we enjoyed your pictures. Casey, tune in The Watchmen. The movie? Bring on the glitches. Stitches for glitches. Yes, Dynamite says, I heard she's dating Travis Kelce now. I saw that. I saw an article saying that they've been secretly, or I guess, not secretly. What was I'm trying to remember what the exact words were. Privately meeting together, like not so the public could see in general. I don't know about that, but yeah. I don't know. I have no idea. How old is he? I don't even know how old how old is Kelce? Let's see. He's 33 years old. Let's see here. So she's got him beat by a couple years. She's his elder by a couple years. Not too many. Like 5 years. I think she's 5 years older than him.
Hey, don't matter as long as it's all good,
I didn't realize he was that young. I mean, I mean, I knew he was older, but in my older age at 47, I kind of feel like I keep forgetting that football players retire early because of injuries and stuff like that. And 47 just doesn't feel, for me, it doesn't feel like it's, the point at which somebody would have to retire from football, but it's like well beyond the age of retirement. And so, so when I hear 33 years old and retiring as a football player, I go like, man, he's got so many more years left. What the hell? No, not really. 33 is kind of getting up there. Let me send out a text here real quick here. We got about 20 more minutes before I get this intro started for the day.
Gotta hit them double digits today.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Breaking 10.
Oh, yeah. I think close to 12 would be nice.
Casey,
Shows.
got a question for you.
Yeah. Shoot. I'll try to answer it. Hey, it's Jason. Jason, how's it going, man?
Hold on, I got some difficulties going on here. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, no problem. Let me see here. I'm going to check out. I didn't. I don't think I read off Adam Aaron's tweets this morning. And actually, I know I didn't. What I didn't do was I didn't go in and like any of his tweets yet because I haven't had an opportunity to really kind of sit down and do that. So I'm going to go through and like the ones that I missed. No, I guess I did like the other one. Okay, so I didn't like the most current. So his most current tweet was the one where he announced the dilution. He says, "I am delighted to share this extremely important news with all of you. AMC has successfully raised $325 million of new equity capital through the issuance of 40 million shares via our at-the-market equity raise, which started September 6th and which now has been completed. This material increase to our cash position means that any talk of immediate and imminent financial collapse right now by AMC is moot. We still have many challenges, including Hollywood must resolve the current actors and writers strikes, but regardless, AMC is now a much stronger company given our increased level of cash." You know what I love is that he put regardless. My dad was such a stickler with me and others as well. He would always say, it's not irregardless, it's regardless. So many people say irregardless, which is not the right way to use it. So Adam got it right there. He says, like you, the coming together of AMC common and preferred stock along with the reverse stock split in August decreased both my number of owned and granted but unvested AMC shares units. So I currently have an economic interest in more than 800,000 AMC shares right now, rather than the more than 8 million AMC shares and Ape units previously. In turn, that means I personally experienced the great pain felt by all AMC shareholders at the recent decline in our stock price. Looking through to our clearly having extended AMC's viability, it is comforting to know that AMC has strengthened our company by so significantly increasing our cash on hand. Hey, Pick, I'm just going to throw this out there, man. We try to be as respectful as we possibly can to one another here. One of the things that is important to remember is that all apes are equal. It's all people equal, right? That's what it stands for. So try to have a little bit of respect for others, as others should also have respect for you. I think it's a mutual respect that really helps to promote good comments in the comment section. So, try to, if you're gonna have differences with people, try to have them off the the chat so we don't have to see it. It's better to just agree to disagree and be the bigger person to move on.
Just like with my wife. I find myself tucking it often too much time.
Kujos and Lot says, will the new dilution cause buying pressure? It could. It very well could. So I don't know if you guys remember me saying this or not, but I said initially, and this is actually in the breakdown that I had in why we were seeing price moving the way that we were seeing it move. And I'll actually take you to that real quick here, just so you can see where it is that I said what to expect going forward in regards to the dilution. Give me 1 second here while I pull it up real fast. This is the understanding price movement post that I had not too long ago. So I'll put it up here and just so you can see it. But I told you guys that if AMC authorizes the sale of shares, we will likely see an initial price move down to close as many short positions as possible before a run, but it should be short-lived. Now, AMC mentioned that they started selling the shares on the 6th. And so if you come back to we'll go to a daily chart here, and we'll look back on the 6th here. And you'll see that on 9/6, right here, there's our initial push down. They did the filing likely, I don't know when they did the filing in contrast to where they started completing the selling of positions. But I think that it would have been very close to the time frame when they got done. They usually do it within a day or two. So this would be your short push down or your quick push down in price, and it should be short-lived. And we are seeing a little bit of a rebound here off of 705. The top that we saw so far was $9 and I think 9 cents, which is a increase by 28.8 cents or 28.8% from 705. So we are getting a push to the top side here. Knobzilla says, Casey, did you know that Chuck Norris once ate a bag of gummy bears and pooped out a grizzly bear? I did not know this. Seems like important information we should know. You know how you get chocolate milk? Brown cows. It's true. It's so true.
Hey, Casey, have you ever tried to milk an almond?
No, I have never tried that.
I got to ask Yucca when he's in today. I'm certain he has.
Why? You're certain he's tried to milk an almond before? What makes you? I don't even want to know. I'm just gonna run with it.
Just look at him, man. Look at him and tell me that man has not tried to milk an almond. Just try and look for him.
He's not even here to defend himself. He's probably still sleeping. Poor guy. He's a little tired.
Or he might be milking an almond, man. You never know.
Almond milking. There should be like a name for that. Is that like a nut squeezer? What do you? There should be a name for that. A more formal name. Man, this is making me want to predict a higher price point than the one that I gave. Sons of bitches. This is not bad. I like I like what I'm seeing. It's not a bad thing. I did go a little extra on my prediction this morning. I said 848 to 1148.
I'm feeling a bulge.
Nut nectar.
Ooh, yeah. Get me my towel ready.
Andrew, I have up until market open. I have until market open to change my opinion. So I get to. That is the advantage to giving a price prediction all the way up until market open here. Let me look at this one more time here. I just don't. The part that I'm having a problem with is I don't want to go. The 4 hour.
I'll go.
The 4 hour is basically stating that we have to break in the beginning portion of the day 1679, and later on in the day somewhere above 15 or above. So I'm not really I'm not convinced that we could see that, but I mean, we are hitting a bit of a. You're supposed to throw in like a in there when you're coughing. Man, it's possible. That would create one hell of a cup. Make or break, Casey. Make or break. I got like 9 minutes left here to change my mind.
Hey Casey, how is this working?
What's up? You're sounding good.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Oh yeah, I could hear you before too.
All right. I had Yeah, well, it was sending everything through my phone and not my earbuds, so it was difficult. So, anyways, I had a question for you. If I could put my name in the hat for a version of buy and hold.
Always. You're always welcome to do that. I'm trying to figure out how to send a version of GarageBand of it so that I can just send it to people through GarageBand, but I'm having a hard time figuring out how to do that. Me and Hunter were working on that a couple days ago and couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have the original files, the files or whatever they call it in your DAW?
Yeah, I can send you the
your
file.
Vocals, guitar, and your little egg shaker thing.
Yeah, I'll send that to you. I'll send you the original.
And then I'll build everything off of that.
Okay. I'm trying to decide here if I'm going to increase my.
Work on it here, and
holy moly, months!
I'll let you get back to your little games that you got going on, figuring out your number crunch. So we'll chat later on Twitter or X or whatever. But
Casey, I could
other
send
than
you.
that, peace out. Have a great day, guys.
Casey, I
Yeah,
could send
sounds
you
good.
the version on GarageBand without my
Do you have?
overlays, just
How do
that
you?
I recorded
How do you
from
send it
the
though?
link on Google. I don't know.
How do you send the? Yeah.
Uh,
Because me and Hunter tried that, and every time it comes through, when you
see.
get the file, it says that it's not. We get errors saying that it's not compatible. So
Can you export the stem file right out of your GarageBand
Yeah.
or whatever?
I'll tell you what. Let's work on it after. Let's work on it in the back of the disc, back of the big tramp on the off hours. And but I mean, I'll tell you. You know, we worked on everything. We tried everything. We tried. The problem is sending the data, the file over, because the file isn't recognized for some reason once you compress it. So it's the compression that's really screwing it all up because it won't send. And so Hunter and I were trying to figure it out. And originally when we had sent it back and forth to each other, we had sent it, I think maybe through, what is it when you airdrop it? Yeah, we airdropped it to each other. So, which means you have to be within the proximity of the other person. And that's why I think we were able to do it before. But since he's not here with me right now, I can't airdrop it to anybody who's not standing around me. We had a difficult time. I'm going to stay with my price prediction for the day today. I think I'm not going to change it. I'm going to leave it right where it's at. I'm probably going to be wrong, but I'm okay with that. It's my top end is 1148. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna live and die by the price prediction. Apex is changing his 813 to 1113. I got you down, sir. Danny says I use BandLab to send raw data files. Yeah, I know. We haven't since I started doing all the work that we were doing through GarageBand. I was using Apple, so one of the biggest problems I think is that we've been using all phones instead of whatever Apple computers are called. Those where they're iPuter or whatever they are. I'm not a big fan of Apple products other than the phone. So, but yeah, and I think it's kind of messed up. It's messed up because a lot of the times a lot of people are using like computers or something like that instead of Apple products, and so it doesn't transfer over well. We got about Dynamite saying 5 minutes before takeoff here, so we'll get the morning intro started here in just a little bit. Albert, you're funny. Yes, Danny, I do have an iRig. I went out and bought one of those iRigs, and believe it or not, the original version of Buy and Hold was recorded. Even though I had an iRig, I found it so much easier to record through like just a standard headphone. You know the old Apple Lightning headphones that came with, like, I don't know, it was probably Apple 8 or something like that, Apple 10 maybe. That's what we recorded Buy and Hold on. You wouldn't believe it, but everything was recorded through that headset that has the built-in microphone on it. It's insane. And like the quality that we got out of it, I felt was pretty decent. And you know, for you know, it worked somehow or another. It sounded decent.
Apple IIe,
or at least yeah, we were able to get it to sound decent enough to where I felt like, you know, it was worth putting it out there. Yeah, a MacBook. Thanks, Billy. I don't know why I couldn't think of the name of it. It's because I don't like them. I'm not a big Mac fan. My sister had she's a Mac fan, and I tried using her MacBook many years ago, and I was like, how the hell do you close your I couldn't figure out how to close anything. I was like, how do you minimize? I can't close anything on here. It was so weird.
Casey, it's been very hard. It's been very difficult
to switch over.
The transition. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
I've been using a Mac. I'm using a Mac right now, and I've been using one for the last 3-4 years.
Hey, Casey, I just sent you the GarageBand project to your DM in Discord.
Cool. I'll check it out and see if it works. I got to get the intro started, guys. I'll see you on the other side of Market Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
chest and be a little bolder. To survival. There will be it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when that's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. Seems got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, Shimmer was right and I was wrong. Dilution started on the 6th. Adam Aaron posting in a tweet last night in AMC, putting out a press release. I'm sure we'll probably see a little bit more detail, perhaps in a filing later today or maybe even early this morning. Maybe it already went through. I don't even know. I haven't even checked to see if it's there, but he was right. We did start that dilution on the 6th, and so we are completed the dilution. According to Adam Aaron, he said, I am delighted to share this extremely important news with all of you. AMC has successfully raised $325 million of the new equity capital through the issuance of 40 million shares via our at-the-market equity raise, which started September 6th and which now has been completed. This material increase to our cash position means that any talk of immediate and imminent financial collapse right now by AMC is moot. We still have many challenges, including Hollywood's must resolve the current actors and writers strikes, but regardless, AMC is now a much stronger company given our increased level of cash. Like you, the coming together of AMC common and preferred stock along with the reverse stock split in August decreased both my number of owned and granted but unvested AMC share units. So I currently have an economic interest in more than 800,000 AMC shares now rather than the more than 8 million AMC shares and Ape units previously. In turn, that means I personally experienced the great pain felt by all AMC shareholders at the recent decline in our stock price. Looking through to clearly having extended AMC's viability, it is comforting to know that AMC has strengthened our company by so significantly increasing our cash on hand. So there it is. The dilution has occurred for the 40 million shares. And now we're going to get to see how the market's going to trade based off of that new liquidity that's been in the marketplace. So far this morning, we're already at 13.26 million shares traded so far for the day today. And we are starting to see some of that, some of those 5-digit numbers on the order book here. Last night at the very end of the day, you heard me say that the order book definitely looked like there was some more liquidity in the market as the order book was filled up on both sides, maybe 6 or 7 rows down of 5-digit numbers that were showing up on the page, which to me seemed like that was a little bit more odd than usual. But it does seem, based off of the numbers that was given out, I shouldn't say he, but the numbers that AMC gave out, it looked to me, when I pulled this out to I think it was a 1-hour chart that I looked at it on. When I looked at a 1-hour chart, and I plotted in the average price that they said that they sold the shares for. You can see here in this turquoise line or whatever color you want, seafoam green, whatever color you want to call that. This is the 6th right here where price moved down the heaviest. In any kind of dilution that would have occurred, the average price that was found was around, after fees and everything, was $8.14, which is by that seafoam number. Let me try and get rid of some of these lines on here that might kind of make it a little bit more difficult to see. But you can see that we definitely dipped below that price point of $8.14. Came down to 705, and then perhaps maybe when the dilution was close to being over, we started seeing nothing but rising price afterwards. So we got a little bit of downwards momentum early on here in market open, as I'm sure they're probably not excited about the price rising, and we did strike the Bollinger Band on the way down here, hitting 861. Let me plug in the new numbers for the top at $9.31 to see where that kind of takes us as far as a synthetic price failure goes, because that will change the numbers. We would be looking, and I'm going to have to move these numbers around here a little bit. Give me just a second while I do this. We are now looking at $7.49 as being the 19.5% down point from that top. These are going to be when synthetic price failures would occur. 744 for the 20% down, and $7.30 for a 21.5% drop in price from the $9.31. So I will continuously update those numbers, but $8.11 is what we had to get past in order to kind of reset those synthetic price failures that occur. And one of the things that you need to remember is that it's very, very common for when the market's about ready to have a big, huge takeoff, is to see a big drop just beforehand. And so over the last 3 days, we've I think we hit very close to 13 to 14%. It's probably around 14% increase in price. I can tell you from 705 to 931 from the bottom, that's actually a 32.1% increase in price. So seeing a retracement of like 10% in a single day is very, very common when you see some large price movements like that over a short period of time. But it's almost always followed by within a couple days of seeing a big boost in price afterwards. So, be expecting it. It's kind of one of the reasons why I told you I think there's still some pain here to be felt before the end of the week's over. Don't let it surprise you. We got about 15 minutes more before I go through the first numbers for the morning. And so I'm going to head back over to the back of the Big Tramp again real quick here. And for anybody who wants to... Before I go through the first numbers for the morning. Oh, Tom, your mic's hot. And I'm going to head back over to the back of the... There he is. Big Tramp again real quick here. All right, cool. He got that taken care of. Let's see here. Roseanne said, just wait for the day traders to finish their morning buy and sells. The number one thing that usually you see in the very first part of the morning is an attempt to try and control volume. Oftentimes that control comes through trading the price out sideways, but which usually starts around like 10 a.m. And as it stands right now, we have very large quantities of volume being traded. So if I were to just do some in 15 minutes time, we're on a pace for like 388 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, that's obviously going to die off as the day moves forward, but it is exceptional large amounts of volume being traded in the market. DeLucas says falling volume with falling price. Yep, that is bullish. You want to see falling volume and falling price. Those are very bullish indicators. Hello, MF. Send me a private DM on Discord. You can send it to me on Twitter or Reddit, and I can hook you up on getting in there. Pranav, I can't. I'm really bad at names. He says how long, or she could be a she too. It looks like I don't know. I can't tell. How long do you think the price might, or how low do you think the price might get? And there's no way for me to possibly tell you that. I can't guesstimate where that's going to be. I just know that synthetic price failures are typically in the range of like 20, 40, and 60% drops from whatever previous high you had. Those are the typical turnaround points. So, and I don't know which one it's going to be. I just know that those do typically tend to be the points, which is where the numbers were that I just gave you a little bit ago. Danny says up to the first 2 hours we shake out the week. Can you explain a synthetic price drop? I'll tell you what. There's 2 videos that I think that you need to watch, and I tried to make them as short as I possibly could to try and explain to individuals what a synthetic price failure is. It's a coin term that you're not going to find anywhere else. Nobody else is talking about it. It's something that I kind of came up with, and what I would do is if you go to my description of this channel here, you're going to see a link to what is a synthetic price failure and how will they help us to identify the backside of your MOAS. And so if you go and look at that, it's going to give you a link to knowing what a synthetic price failure is. That's the first one that you need to watch to understand what a synthetic price failure is. Right below that is another one called How Will I Know When We're on the Backside of a Squeeze. Those are 2 videos there. One of them's longer than the other one. I think in total between the 2 videos, it's like 36 minutes of your time. One of the videos is like, I want to say it's like, I don't know, man. I can't remember how long they are, but one's like 15 minutes and the other one's like 11 or something like that. I forget what it is, but I tried to make them as short as possible to keep it very simple. But I just linked you to the one that you're asking about. Bob, yeah, it's not going to happen that fast. You'll be okay. These things don't happen in single days. You'll be fine. And we're not even there yet. So you'll know it when we are. Papa Bob says 36 minutes. That's a lifetime. I know. I tried to do them as short as I possibly could, though. I still get questions even after people watch those. Nemes says, how much volume at the end of the day? My prediction for the day today is 80 to 130 million.
Ooh. Oh, goodness gracious.
We got about 10 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers. We're getting a lot of our point of contact right now, which is the highest amount of volume, is coming in at about $8.89. We did hit the bottom of this Bollinger Band here, the bottom Bollinger Band on the way down, which typically means price will reverse itself and come back up to meet the simple moving average, which could end up being around that $8.89 as prices kind of started to trade sideways a little bit here. We may see it come back up here and reach and retest that level of volume in that price range.
I hope we could call that one a reach around, yeah?
Is that like a quote from like a movie? Is that like from Full Metal Jacket and stuff? And Nemes says, "What would be the best closing price tomorrow?" When you say what would be the best closing price, I'm going to assume that means like what would we want to see price closing at for the best possible results going forward. I will tell you that number, when taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 4-hour time interval, the best closing price for Friday would be somewhere in the range of about $12, and anything over $12 would be perfect. Actually, I take that back. Anything over 11.20 would be perfect. It's not because of options. It's because of the Ichimoku cloud that I'm looking at. It's an indicator, and it's a good indicator for where you're going to see short-term investors coming in or wanting to buy because signals are saying that there's going to be buying pressure. Basically, it's a really good indicator to look at to know when there's going to be some additional short-term investing buyers, and that signal would be at that price point. Plague says 130 million. That's one hell of a prediction, Casey. Well, I mean, I did give a range, 80 to 130. So, I mean, we got 16.59 million shares traded so far right now, with approximately 23 minutes worth of trading. This is it's not really good to like do it this early in the morning, but after 23 minutes of trading, we're on a pace for 285 right now. That's obviously going to come way down as the day continues on, but I do think that there is going to be a large quantity of shares. Yeah, I don't prefer the Mac. The Vortex indicator for me is way easier to read than a MACD. So I don't like the MACD. It's not my favorite. I've struggled my whole life trying to look at that indicator and read it correctly, and I actually did a little bit of a test. It was funny. You could try this sometime. This is actually kind of fun to do. Adam and I, or those of you who know him, he's Park Air on YouTube. We got together one night and we were talking about the differences between Vortex Indicator versus MACD, and what we did is we took a random stock that we didn't know what the price of the past historicals were on it, and then we just we used a random generator for the prediction. We went back like a couple months, took the price out of the chart, and only used MACD and RSI to determine where price was moving to, and then we drew based off of the indicators. He used MACD and I used Vortex Indicator to draw where we thought price was moving to based off of those indicators, RSI and for me it was Vortex Indicator, and we both did really, really well. We were able to take our overlay of what we thought price was doing and matched up to where price was moving to. And but when I use MACD to look, some of the things that really are confusing for me when I see MACD is I see these huge swings in the numbers that are being displayed in volume, and it makes me feel like there should be like these big price movements. And that's not always the case. And so MACD kind of throws me off a little bit, and I've always found that it's difficult for me to read it. And so Vortex Indicator works way better for me. And I've compared it to this. I've often said that MACD is like if you are a piano player, it's like reading sheet music. If you're a guitar player, Vortex Indicator is like tablature. So much easier to read. So that's the comparison that I usually give. I think Vortex Indicator gives the same exact data, just put out in a different format. Four more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the data here. Jen says, great description. Well, I tried to put it into like, like have some kind of analogy that maybe some people can relate to in regards to into reading stuff. Not everybody's a musician, so it doesn't probably transfer over to everybody. But if you know what guitar tablature is and you know what sheet music looks like, there's a big difference. Is there a pro tab? No. It's time to oil up this chair. It's starting to get a little squeaky here. Three more minutes, and we'll take a look at this data. I'm going to go ahead and log into my broker here real quick. So I'll give you guys the two-factor authentication speech a little early. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for it, make sure that you, if your broker allows you to, put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and you need some kind of backup to get into your account, which would suck really bad if you didn't have it. And then one more thing too, since a lot of you guys are voting on the poll as to whether or not you received the correct amount of settlement shares that you were supposed to. Let's see where we're at on that poll, by the way, this morning. We have 79% of you guys saying that you have received your shares. That's 3% more than it was yesterday. 11% are saying no, that's actually the same exact percentage. And then 3% have saying some have not. That's the same percentage from yesterday. And 7% have said, I haven't checked yet. And that's also the same percentage as yesterday. Don't ask me how three of them can be the same percentage and one be higher. I have no idea how that works out. But that's what it is. Those are what the numbers are being reported as. And what I want to say is this. To the 7% of you who have not checked yet, I don't know why. I don't really care. It's your money. It's your choice. You can do what you want to, but I would highly recommend starting to check. It's probably a good idea to figure out what it is that you're holding on to and whether it's right or wrong. So I would encourage you to go to your portfolio, download a copy of your statement from your broker, and compare that statement to hopefully one that you got from the past before the reverse split and conversion and settlement shares being issued, and see if you got what it is that you were supposed to get. And if you did, great. If you didn't, then you probably should start contacting your broker about that and asking why. I'd like to see that 7%, I haven't checked yet, go down. There is a margin of error, I'm sure, on these polls where we may have, it's very possible. This poll might be a really good job of indicating who's shills in here. That we may have 7% of shills that are voting on these polls are actually just in here to just create problems, which is highly possible. That's considering the fact that I have like 700 people voting to 700 to 1,000 people voting on these polls a day. 7% might actually be pretty close to accurate. Yeah, Dario, I've done polls with shares before. So one of the things that I don't want to do that I think is really a bad idea is to try and I think it could make people believe or feel like they don't hold enough shares. And I'm not here to try and make people feel bad about what it is that they're holding. I have done polls in the past to kind of get an idea as to. I'd have to go back through my polls and see which ones they are, but I have data where we've done. What I basically did is I said, how many people hold enough shares to own the entire float. So if you take the simple math of how many shares are outstanding divided by how many shareholders there are, then you know how many shares that each shareholder would need to have on average in order for us to own all the shares in existence. And of course, that's going to be skewed because most of the people that are watching a live stream like this are going to be the ones that are most invested into this and care the most. But we ran those polls before, and I basically doubled the number. So, and this is back in the day when we were pre-reverse split, so it was like 125 shares per person to own the entire float. So I asked everybody, do you have 250 shares or more? Yes or no? And overwhelmingly, the answer was yes. So we knew what it was that we were looking for, and I think that's probably good enough. I don't want to make people feel bad, and time for a show poll, Casey. All the shows, please raise your hand. Yeah. Casey, I'm so glad you pronounce it data and not data. When you say data and not data versus saying data and not data, it out makes more sense in my brain, even if the comment doesn't make sense in yours. You're welcome, I guess. I don't know. Let's see here. Yen, please don't post how many shares you have. Don't want you to be targeted. So, and it happens. Believe it or not, people get targeted because of their posting of how many shares they have. So please just don't post that. We always like to say 10 around here. You have 10 shares. Everybody has 10 shares, or 11, whatever. Or 5, but just less than 10. 10 or less. Maybe you went overboard and you got one more share. Who knows? All right, let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on for the day today, guys. I took you over to the other screen here so we can take a look at what's going on. And I'm going to... remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen here. Price prediction tallies. Everybody got a... I missed yesterday by 13 cents. I was like, so close. But I didn't get an extra bonus point because I wasn't within 10 cents of the guesstimate for the price. This is not meant as financial advice. This is simply three apes who are trying to figure out what we think price is going to get to by the end of the day is in play for today. Moving down to short exempt volume. This is all up above me. Short exempt volume for the day today increased to 364.8 thousand shares. Utilization increased to 83.58%. And day-over-day price increase was an 8.85% increase. That's 2 of 3. And the reason I'm calling it 2 of 3 is because we need to see 5% or greater over a 3-day span, which means that we need to see 15% in a 3-day span. In the last 2 days, we've had over 10%, which is, in my opinion, enough. If we see at least a 5% increase or more today, that's going to give me 3 of 3, and it'll make it a green bar going into Monday, or Friday rather. So the only thing we're missing is utilization. That's the one thing. We've never seen all 3 of these be green at the same time. That is the last trigger point that I need to see that tells me that we're on our way. Max pain for the day today remains at $7 for options. Off exchange by this time in the morning. These are the numbers right here next to me on the page. Off exchange for the day today, we have usually by this time in the morning about 44% going through off exchange and somewhere between 10 and 11% going through EDGX. Currently, we have 41.99% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 12.22. The combined total, and that's 54.21%. That's actually about 0.21% higher than I would expect it to be, so it's almost right on target for what I would expect. And then CHX volume for the day today is 2,315 shares. That's not a whole lot. On GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 700 shares. That's actually elevated volume for them based off the 30-day average on the percentage amount, but it's still a little, very, very low amounts of shares. Taking a look at institutional ownership, we haven't seen a new reporting on this one for quite a few days now, or weeks even. It's been stuck at about 154.089 million. Of course, they're not showing the reverse split numbers as of yet. I don't expect those numbers to really change until about a month from now, as that's when the reporting date, I think, is when it's required by next. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume this morning. What do we have going on over here? This is on the far right-hand side of the screen. Highest amount of call volume, closest to where we are at price. We're at $8.59, so $8.50 is the middle point right now. Highest amount of call volume is at an $8.50 strike. That's what it was yesterday. There's currently 20.7 thousand contracts this morning. Lots of volume. A normal volume contract traded day is around like 3,500 contracts. So this is definitely elevated. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $7.50 strike. That's what it was yesterday. There's currently 3.9 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today somewhere between $7.50 and $8.50, which could change. Give me just 1 second. I forgot to move some screens around. All right. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, we've had 5.86 million shares having been borrowed. That's definitely high. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 17.8%. We have 3.54% as the cost to borrow min. Average is 6.62. Max is 8.6%. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like here day over day. Utilization increasing from yesterday from 76.92 to 83.58%. On loan amount decrease from 30.27 million shares to 28.62. That's a 1.65 million share return day over day. And that's obviously going to cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to drop. And it went from 16.74 down to 16.32, which means Ortex is estimated that about 831,000 of that was in closed short interest. Now, don't forget, normally when I do the math on these numbers here, I divide it by 158 million in outstanding shares for the float. I said outstanding shares for the float. Shares for the float. And in this particular case, now that we know that Adam Aron has sold 40 million shares into the market, we need to divide that by 198 million shares now instead of 158. Taking a look at the on-loan average age per day, that did slightly rise from 7.57 to 7.93, which means that some of the closed positions in short interest day over day would have likely been both older and newer positions. Security lending volume did drop day over day from 10.59 million down to 7.3 million. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. AMC is definitely in the top 10 of most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. The buy amount is 67.07% to 32.93% selling. GME's coming in on the list here with a 67.6% buy to 32.4% sell ratio. So looking pretty good. Both of them on the list. I like seeing it. I like what I'm seeing. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $7.42. Shares available to borrow is currently at 650,000 shares. As of earlier this morning, it looks like they did borrow an additional 450,000 shares on top of what I've already tracked so far, and that's going to put us at 950,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees are at a 4% rate right now. They did drop from 4.5% earlier. Currently, there's 171.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 110.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 280.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 104.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.1, Dow Jones is up 0.41, and the S&P 500 is up 0.32. We have 4,133 advancers to 1,858 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently, 41.33. Let's take a look at banks and see what they're doing here. Likely moving up. I'm only going to read off anything that's 2.75% or greater for the day-to-day. as a change so far. We have Coinbase up 3.06. Everything else is underneath that amount. Ethereum Classic is up 0.52, and overall, I'd say it's trending up. It looks like it's kind of consolidating currently after having a trend upwards. So we'll see what happens after this consolidation. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.43 and continuing to rise. If this continues to rise, it is definitely earlier than the box that I had drawn out here, which was going to be the beginning of next month for the breakout. And I think I was suggesting this to break to the top side on this. And when this goes up, the market usually comes down. It's kind of surprising to see it rising right now and the market being up. So this might be a bull trap here. Oil is also up though, 3.18 and consolidating currently. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.1. Now they're both down 0.15 for Vanguard and BlackRock, and having initially trended down this morning and are consolidating. SPY is up 0.39 and trending down. The VIX is down 1.78 and consolidating after an initial trend down. VBR is up 0.95, trending. It's actually consolidating after a trend up. VB is up 0.73 and starting to trend down after an initial trend up at market open. Tesla's up 0.72 and trending. It's actually consolidating. Amazon is down 0.57 and starting to make a little bit of a reversal after an initial downtrend this morning. Cinemark is up 1.15 and consolidating. Doge is up 0.6 and consolidating after a trend up. Well, a trend up and then a trend down, and it looks actually hasn't broken the trend down just yet, but it is consolidating off the longer period of time here. Bitcoin is up 1.45 and starting to it's still trending upwards. GME is up 1.4% and trending slightly up. HYMC is up 5.25%, trending up. NCMI is up 2.55, trending up. HOOD is down 0.99 and consolidating. AMC is up 4.22 and starting to consolidate after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow is approximately $4.8 million more inflow than outflow. 20.39 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 45 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 176.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 80 to 130 million shares. That might actually end up being a really good number. We'll see how devastatingly they will drop volume through the middle portion of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more. Oh, my vortex indicator went away. Where'd it go? There it is. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.4, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.58. Which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.95, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. Actually, hold on a second. That might actually be equal amounts of buying. No, it's more selling pressure. It just changed. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.79, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on a 4-hour chart. Or 1-hour chart rather. This is where I was talking to you guys about earlier this morning. Oftentimes, one of the first signs of a reversal in price movement, you'll see the price moving above the conversion line. It'll tag the conversion line and then start heading back up again. The second time it tags the conversion line is usually when it starts to break through to get down to the base. That's not always the case. Sometimes it can hit the conversion line and just continue to move down. We do have green cloud ahead, which is where price usually likes to break past and down and through it. Doesn't necessarily have to be on the front side. It could be on the back side of a move, very similar to what we saw here on the red cloud as we broke upwards. We didn't break through the up portion of the red cloud. We broke through the beginning portion. We broke through the back portion of this. So it doesn't necessarily have to break through this part. It could be later on down the road. But time will tell wherever this moves to. On a 4-hour chart, the buying pressure today, we got to keep price above $9.09. The reason for that is we got to keep the lagging line above price line, and for going into tomorrow, that would be at least $9.09. It's now turned into $9.31 with the upwards price movement that we had just before market open. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line right at the top of price line. It's touching on price line right there. So conversion did cross base, so we don't have the buy signal that we need to have just yet. That really would kind of kick in probably if we can maintain 840 or higher going into the rest of the portion of the day today. We should be able to see some more buying pressure kicking in at some point. But if we do see that tag on the conversion line, which is starting to occur right now, we may see some problems with price continuing to hold its or maintain buying pressure. The number that we need to see to get above the cloud for the day today is quite a ways up. It's going to be, by the end of the day, it's going to be around $14.86. So I wrote down $14.90 is what we would have to see for massive amounts of buying pressure kicking in. And with that, that's all I've got for you guys. Putting it back over where I can see what it is you guys are writing. Any two will do. What does it mean to close a short position for a stock? And I think you'll answer your own question in what it is that you're asking me. To close a short position means that somebody has to buy. And if they're going to start buying, that means that we're going to see upwards price movement, which means that we win. So in regards to what it is that you're saying, you're suggesting we're squeezing if they're closing. So because they can't close all of their positions, they have way too many positions open in order for them to be able to close. This is not turned into a situation of are they going to be able to close out their positions, and this just turns into a regularly normal traded stock. This is a game of chicken here, and they're either going to lose massively or we're going to lose massively, one of the two. And so if you're suggesting that they're closing positions, then we've won. It's over. Yeah, but they always open up more positions on the other side of closing. Every single day, there's always opening and closing of positions. Every day. Millions. Sometimes millions in a single day. So it's not unusual for them to try and take advantage of opening up. If they're going to close out lots and lots of positions, they're going to reopen new positions. Every single time. NC Proud Dad says, I just saw something that was interesting on one of my accounts. I have AMC stock in public. I noticed that the days invested had changed to 22 days. I'm not going to be able to answer those kind of questions. That's going to be something you're going to have to take up with your broker. I don't know why they're reporting it the way that they're reporting it. That's a broker question. Gary says, Gary, no. I don't comment on what other people put out there. If you want to ask me a question for yourself about what you're asking, go for it. I don't comment on others. Albert says, Casey, your best guess on Adam Aaron's next drop of a bull bomb and when he'll most likely drop it. Pfft, you got me, man. I don't know. There's no way for me to know what he's going to do. So the difference between close and cover, Mia, close suggests an action that you take on your own. Cover means somebody's doing forcibly an action, right? Somebody's being forced to make a position. So, and a lot of people are suggesting that they're closing positions, which they are on a daily basis, but they're also opening new positions all the time too. But the idea here that they're trying to suggest is that they're closing their positions willfully, and that there's not going to be some kind of. We literally have like the most. Yesterday we set an all-time record for the most amount of shares being on loan, and there's people out there that are suggesting that they're closing positions and that there's not more being open than closed. It's just like, wait a minute, what? It doesn't make any sense. Bigums, good morning to you. Yes, Mia, that is correct. Who just played that? That is correct. We do want forcible closing, right? So we want covering is what we want. That would be ideal because that would mean margin calls. So yes, that is what we want to see. I don't see any signs of that currently. Drake says, Casey, can you please tell me the lottery numbers for will be for tonight? What if I just randomly threw out numbers and they were right? You guys would be like, what? He's an alien. I'm not giving out numbers. In case you see that we might have paid off the 2026 bonds. Somebody did come in earlier and mention that there was a possibility that the bonds were closed out. I had not actually looked to see if that was confirmed yet, but I have heard that as a rumor. So if you're here to tell us that it's true, would love to know, but I have not looked to see if that's the case. I don't usually do that like middle of the day, so I usually do my research in after hours. But man, would that be bullish if it is true? Because if it's true, then that means that AMC can start issuing dividends again. And if that's the case, that's going to force any long institutions who are holding our positions for us to not want to have to incur having to pay that up and cough that out of their own pocketbooks, and to actually start purchasing. It would incentivize any of our brokers to start actually buying shares so that they're not going to get stuck with having to pay dividends. So yeah, that's if it's true, it's big news. Funky Mike says, I said yes to the poll, but the Weeble also says my full quantity is on loan. You can turn that off. Share lending. I mean, it depends on what kind of account you're in, but you could turn that off more than likely. Thanks, any two will do. I'll pass. I'll tell you what. You could just buy the float once over for me, in a single day. That would work. I'd take that instead. Sammy Boy's saying, damn, it's true. AMC Bigham says he's looking into it. Doug says it said 871, I believe. Go read it. I'm not sure what that means. 871. As of right now, I would say we're still on a little bit of a downtrend right now, MCon, but it is kind of sideways trading a little bit here. It's starting to level out a little. Bigums, if you want, I can send you a link to get onto the back of the Big Tramp, or on my Discord, so you can come into the back of the Big Tramp. You want to come in the back of the Big Tramp? you can talk back here if you want to. Bigums is like, every time this guy invites me over here, he's always like, why are you gay? Every time this guy invites me over here, it always gets all like dirty and stuff. What the? Bigums is like, I feel uncomfortable every time I come over here. What the hell?
How dare you?
I'll tell you what. I'll send you a link, and if you want to, I'll just leave it entirely up to you. No pressure. I mean, you might be busy and have stuff going on, and you're not able to do it. And I understand, but I will give you the option, though. Let's see here. I'll send it via Twitter DM. There you go. Hopefully we can get Petro in here again. He can give it another safety tip. Pirate, good morning to you. I see you're in here now. Bigum says, morning, "Oh, what sir? Naughty things! Oh, what naughty things go on back there." Hey, look, we got shag carpet in the back of this thing, dude. You can't help what happens. But I'll tell you one thing's for sure: what happens in the back of the Big Tramp stays in the back of the Big Tramp.
You are a pirate hooker.
Who played that? Who played that? But I do try to get the shag carpet cleaned once a week, because the guys start getting a little grumpy when it gets a little crusty back here. So there is that.
You say that every time. We know you don't.
I just rake it, and then everybody's like, "Oh, look, he steam cleaned it." It's just raked. It'll push all the particulates down to the bottom. Hey, really what you don't
lighting until it started
what you don't know
all the stains.
What you don't know won't hurt you. Robert, good morning to you. Pro Jeweler says I left a bong in the back seat. Yeah, I tipped it over, and now we got a whole bunch of bong water all over the place. It kind of stinks a little bit. And the next steam cleaning doesn't happen until this weekend. It's all right. It's just a little bong water. It's not going to hurt anybody. It'll just smell mildewy for a little while, because you all done that before. Don't even lie. You all know exactly what I'm talking about when I say bong water that's been spilled. I know every single one of you knows what that smells like. It ain't good.
If he cleaned his bong, you cleaned your shag carpeting.
Is there anybody in here who doesn't know what that smells like? Joe Pound says, "What's bong water?" I think you should go look that up on the internet on Urban Dictionary.
doesn't it double as like a insect repellent? Can't you rub it on your skin and to ward off like biting flies and mosquitoes?
You know, don't even start with me this early in the morning. Are you? All right, come on. Are you gonna make me go look this up? Am I gonna have to go look and see if bong water's an insect repellent? Because you know how bad I hate mosquitoes. I have a freaking. Hold on a second. Look. This is why he's doing this, guys. I'm gonna show you because you just won't understand unless I show. You won't believe it unless I show you. Literally, in my house, sitting right next to me. Can I show it on the screen here? Is my bug zapper. So in the mornings when you see me all lit up and blue on the face, you know where that blue light's coming from, and it's my bug zapper because I'm telling you, the mosquitoes just absolutely love me, and somehow or
You
another,
walk around. You carry that thing around like a railroad.
I do.
employee.
I
The switchman
attach
carries
it
a lantern, like a little lantern.
Yes.
You got it going around at night.
right on my belt buckle, and I walk around everywhere I go with that thing. I don't leave anywhere without a bug zapper.
You see you walking up and down your street at night. It's 12 o'clock and all's well. 12 o'clock and all's well.
You know what it is? People keep spilling their bong water back here, and it's like, you know what? Thanks a lot. Now I got mosquitoes. That's Darren says that's a fancy bong. Antween says, greatest day. I have Cash App and have not received settlement shares. I did reach out to them yesterday, waiting to receive an email. Thank you for that post. It's good to know. My wife actually bought a second one of those bug zappers, and we got it sitting in the living room now. So we got two in the house. And it's not like we have like tons of bugs just flying. It's just that we let Bruno in and out all the time, right? And I'm not sure which neighbors, got like the cesspool of mosquitoes sitting in their backyard, but they migrate over to my yard. And so we let Bruno in and out to go to the restroom. And every time he comes back in the house, he just brings in these mosquitoes with him constantly. And it's just like, dude, I can't handle this. And if you understood, like, there's legit people that are getting, these crazy diseases from these mosquitoes. I'm like, I just don't want any of what that is. Whatever they're carrying, I don't want it. And they always come after me. Nobody else well, actually, that's not true. Kelsey gets them too, but it's me and Kelsey. Everybody else in the family, and they're like, we don't see or get bit by anything. And I'm like, I know. It's because they always come after me.
You would think with your drought conditions you guys have been under and lack of rain, that there would be
I know, right?
reduced
That's
number, you would think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I would think too, but it's not the case. You should see me when I go camping. I've got like 8 citronella candles lit all around as a perimeter. What I don't have is a bug. I never take a bug zapper with me because I didn't own one until probably within like the last year or so. So from now on, I'll be taking those bug zappers with me. But I mean, they work. They work good.
If the M95 mask keeps out the virus, why doesn't a chain link fence keep out mosquitoes? It's the same ratio, isn't it?
You're gonna start problems.
Oh, my bad.
Don't go there.
My bad. That's Paul.
Don't go there.
That was my bad. I retract that.
Have a rare blood type, Casey?
You do? I don't think I do. I actually don't. A lot of people think it's weird that I don't know what my blood type is, but I don't. What I've heard is the case is that It's the carbon dioxide that you breathe out that they're really attracted to. And people who have like elevated levels of carbon dioxide in there when they exhale attracts the mosquitoes a little bit more. So I might just have like an elevated elevated amount of carbon dioxide when I breathe. It's probably what it is. Plague FX says mosquitoes see Casey as a big juicy hamburger. By the way, I found out when I'm camping, there's 2 ingredients that you can mix together that absolutely keep the mosquitoes away. I mean, because I deal with this so much that I had to figure out something that was going to work. If you sit by a fireplace and smoke yourself out like you're, like you're on a barbecue, the smoke combination mixed with sunscreen usually keeps the mosquitoes away. I don't have to use any kind of mosquito repellent whatsoever if I do that combination. So I put on sunscreen in the morning when I first go camping, lather up real good in that sunscreen, and then by the nighttime I get a nice good fire pit going, and I just stand in the smoke for 20 minutes and barbecue myself. And then it's like this natural repellent, and it keeps them away, which is way better than keeping those citronella candles lit constantly. For whatever reason, it seems to work. We got about 20 more minutes here, and we'll take a look at the numbers again, guys. I'm going to really mess up your name here. Lino says West Nile is going around. That's what I'm talking about. So one of the kids' grandmothers lived here in Texas, and she got West Nile. She's a bigger lady, and she ended up losing like 150 pounds having West Nile, and it almost killed her. She managed to survive it, but it was really rough on her, and I don't want that, man. Lino, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for correcting me. Weight Watchers now using West Nile virus. Works good. I'm really bad with names, Lino, so you have to give me a chance to... I always mispronounce people's names. I try at first, and then sometimes I succeed, but oftentimes I fail. So, and I always like to get it right, so thanks for the help on that. Have we had any more Adam Aaron posts for the day today? Let's see. I'm going to pull it up and see. Nothing new. I'm kind of curious where the information's coming through that the bonds were that the bond was closed out. The bonds that are keeping us or preventing us from being able to issue. I'm gonna go look and see real quick here if I can see where that might be coming from. I mean, that really kind of changes everything. If it's true, it really does change everything, because it now threatens our brokers who are holding our positions. It's basically holding them hostage, because at this point, if they say, for example, that this is just a hypothetical. Let's say that they have I don't know, we'll just make up a random number. Let's say they have 500,000 shareholders that hold AMC. And let's say that the average shareholder of the 500,000, and I know that's a big number, but we'll just make this assumption here for just a second, just to kind of show you an idea. But let's say that 500,000 people own on average 200 shares. We'll just say. So if that's the case, then that means that they should have 100 million shares in holdings that they should be holding on to. But if they don't, let's just say they had 10% of that and they've got 10 million. If they're holding on to 10 million shares and they still need to purchase another 90 million shares at some point to make those shareholders right, and a dividend comes through, and remember AMC, if you go back in the history of AMC, they used to issue dividends once a quarter pretty regularly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like 40 cents. Let me go back here. Dividend per share. No, not 40 cents. 20 cents. 20 cents per quarter is what they were doing pretty regularly. And then they were also doing I think a yearly dividend every once in a while as well, which was more. But anyways, we'll just say a 20-cent dividend, right, on top of every person that they're holding positions for in this particular example that I'm giving you guys. So they're only going to be getting from the company the 10% that they own for a dividend, which means everything else out of their pocket for their customers is going to have to come directly out of their pocket. So that's going to be 90 million shares times a 0.2 dividend. That's going to be 18 million bucks out of their pocket. That's going to have to go immediately into the pockets of shareholders. So these are the kind of things that are going to cause or incentivize potential long institutions to actually go out and buy the shares so that they don't have to pay out of pocket. It could be a lot cheaper for them to just buy the shares than it would be to pay out of pocket, especially if that's happening every quarter. These are the kind of things that we want to see that force buying.
Casey Biggums is saying it was not closed out, and I don't have any reason to doubt him. But sooner or later, It will be. And it's incredibly dangerous. But your point still stands. It's incredibly dangerous for them because even if you say, well, okay, they did some naked shorting and they failed to source a share, and they're somehow or another circumventing paying the cost to borrow. Okay, fine, but they can't dodge the dividend. So it's a dangerous game if it does come to that. So I look forward to the day when it is remedied. Whatever the language was, whether we have to have X amount of money in our treasury before we're allowed to do a dividend, or if they do have to completely renegotiate the bond, sooner or later that caveat will be removed, and then it becomes very treacherous to have all those outstanding shares.
Biggums, thank you for researching that. I appreciate that, sir, and the update on it. Much appreciated. Yep. It'll be exciting to see when that does happen. And I'm sure if a lot of the a lot of our brokers, if they start realizing that that's going to be the case, they're probably going to want to buy in at a lower cost than a higher cost. So if we were to start seeing price rising, they probably will want to be on the front side of that than on the back side.
Well, it's certainly logical to think that that's part of the money that Adam Aaron and the board borrowed when they were under duress. I mean, when you're, sometimes beggars can't be choosers, and to have those kind of onerous restrictions put on a company, it's not desirable, but at the time they had to capitulate in order to receive the money they needed to survive. So it stands to reason that as soon as the capital is available, that will be among the first ones to be renegotiated to remove those sort of handcuffs. I look forward to it.
Yeah, same. Definitely looking forward to it. SV Tweety Bird says equal parts by weight, Epsom salt, flat beer, original Listerine spray, and spray the yard with a mixture diluted 50% with water. Mosquitoes gone for at least a month. The problem is they're not coming from my yard, though. They're coming from another neighbor's yard. So I'd have to go around and like spray all my neighbors' yards too. Fly High and Enjoy says if Adam sold these shares at 8ish, would not big institution that bought need price higher, so would want to stop decline to make money. Well, that's hard to read. Let me see here. Let me try to figure this one out here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they wouldn't want to see price move. But there's always a way to make money on positions like this, right? And part of that is we just saw that in this last move when we saw price dropping the most, where I was talking about how they're front running by scalping off of orders at a higher value. So if they can get people to hold the position instead of themselves, then they can sell their position and then buy back in at a lower cost. We've seen this happen on at least, I think, 3 occasions since June of 2021. 2 that I can point out to you specifically in there. I think there's a third one in there as well. So they always look at there's 2 different ways to look at it. There's always 2 ways to skin a cat. You can skin a cat by allowing the price to run and make money off of the shares that way. But you can also make money off of other people taking on a position that you may be holding and then scalping those positions by selling off your position and then buying back in at a lower price. Dario says, must be some stagnant water somewhere. Yeah. I just don't know where it's coming from. Gary, I think we all can agree that we would have loved to have seen him sell the shares at a higher price. The question is could he have? But Donkey Kong says popcorn sold exclusively at Walmart, ended September 11th, soon to be sold at other locations and will be big news. Could be the next bear bomb to drop. Ooh, Antween says for mosquitoes, try Avon Skin So Soft. I've actually read that one before. I'm just not so interested in having soft skin like that.
He's correct, Casey. I've used that on more than one occasion. It doesn't smell really perfumey. It's not too bad, and it does work really well.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard
like deep woods off, and all that kind of stuff seems to be short-lived. But if you just put a little bit of that in the palm of your hands and coat maybe your exposed legs and your arms, you're good to go for quite some time. I kept it on my boat. It was a must-have on my fishing.
I might have to give it a try.
Yeah.
Any2 will do says, damn, the volume fell off hard, slowed up big time. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the point. Usually the volume reduction doesn't start until around 10 a.m., but they've obviously been working very, very hard to try and get volume reduction here for the day. But don't you worry. It'll probably show back up in the later portion of the day. Eshak said, "Hey Casey, I know Adam sold the shares, but do you know why he did it? Just to raise capital for the company. That's part of the reason. And I think he also believes that liquidity will help in the market will help to get price to start jumping upwards. I guess he'll find out and we'll find out together.
Yes.
Did they say who they sold them to?
We have not. Actually, no, I haven't checked to see. Let me see if there's been any filings yet this morning. I had a feeling that they might file this morning. I feel like they may have waited too late tonight to file. So let me just look here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. On September 13th, AMC's Entertainment Holdings Incorporated issued a press release announcing that it had completed its previously disclosed at-the-market equity offering. A copy of the press release is furnished as Exhibit 99.1 to this current report on the Form 8K and incorporated herein by reference. The information furnished pursuant to Item 7.01 of the current report on the Form 8K, including... So it doesn't look like they've got anything in here that is not... that isn't anything different than the... press release that they had here. So I just clicked on the press release. What was the question again?
They want to know who bought the 40 million shares. And so far, to my knowledge, it's not been revealed. I don't think anybody's filed. I'm sure it'll come out in due time, but as of yet, I don't think it's made the news on who the buyer was. I think there's a misconception too that one person bought the entire placement, which again that's not how it worked. I think there were several different brokerages who were tasked with selling them, and I would think it's just illogical to think that, let's say, out of the four brokerages that were given the job, that they all sold to the exact same person. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's not logical, not likely.
Yeah, there's nothing in the release here that I see that specifically identifies which entity was it, that there was any one specific entity at all. Yeah, I don't see anything here. By the way, I will post this up here in case you guys want to see the press release for yourself. I just pinned it to the top, so anybody who wants to check that out, you can. About 5 more minutes, I'll take a look at the numbers again here. Rad? I don't know how to say the name. Riyadh? We don't give financial advice here. That's one thing that I think, and I would strongly suggest that if you're getting, if you're making your decisions based off of random people's thoughts on what you should do with your money on the internet, you probably need to rethink your trading a little bit, and so that's not going to happen. You make your own choices. Order book's got a lot more $1,000 orders, or I said $1,000, 1,000 share orders plus in here, but still not in the 5-digit range though, which I was kind of expecting to see. That's really surprising to me. I really thought for sure we would see orders with at least in the tens of thousands or higher, showing up on here with 40 million shares entering into the market. That's probably one of the most surprising things to me about all of this. Ross, the entire link that tells you everything that it is you need to know is posted to the top here. And you can go to the press release and read it for yourself instead of taking my word for it. Donnie says, no matter what happens to my cash because of AMC, I remain happy because at least I don't look like Simon Cowell. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but okay. Vshak says, why is volatility so low today? I thought it'd be crazy. Yeah, it started out really crazy, and this is the thing that I've always tried to tell you guys. How do you stop volatility and buying and selling pressure? Any kind of activity whatsoever. And I did a poll a long time ago to ask you guys, are you more likely to buy when the price is moving up, down, or sideways? And overwhelmingly, most of you guys said when it's moving up, I think, if I remember correctly. Second was moving down, and then thirdly, and it was like a less than a 2-digit percentage. Most of you said when the price is trading sideways, you're less likely to buy. So the idea here by the market is in order to control volume or volatility, is to trade the stock sideways to prevent any kind of encouraging buying pressure.
Casey, maybe it would be helpful just to take a moment and reflect back on the state of the company when we first started this journey with COVID, theaters shut down, borrowing money at higher than desirable rates, all of that. Zero money coming in, just the entire picture. And then on the other side of the chart, make a list of where the company's at now. Robust sales, a brand new pipeline of musical concerts starting up, a treasury that is flush with capital now to operate on, and the COVID passing and full theaters again. So it might be good for everyone just to zoom back and look at the battlefield when we first started to engage them in this endeavor we're on, and then look at where we're at now and look at all the dramatic changes, both negative and positive. And it's pretty clear to see where the trend is headed.
One of the things that I think stands out in my mind the most, and I'm going to try and pull it up here real quick. One of the things that stands out in my mind the most in regards to numbers. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Let's do yearly. All right. I'm going to pull up yearly numbers here. And this is just total gross. This is not just AMC. This is everybody, right? But I want to kind of point out, like, what are movies looking like in general across the board for just anybody who's a movie theater, right? And prior to COVID, one of the highest grossing years was 2018. It was by far the highest grossing year. There was 993 releases at that point in time. So if we were to take the total amount gross made during that time, 11,892,160,011 divided by the 993 releases. On average, each movie was pulling roughly around $12 million a movie in gross revenue. Right now, and this year's not over yet, and remember, we've got lots of other stuff still coming out, including Taylor Swift and a lot of other things that are still coming out for this year here. But as it stands right now for the year, we have 390. We're well over halfway through the year here, right? So we could kind of say like, okay, there's 392 releases for the year. We can just divide it by like 9 months and say, okay, well, we're averaging about 43 releases a month. So we can just add on. Let's tack on an additional. Let's just say 4 times that and add it to the 392 currently. So we're probably looking at like, and I'm sure it's going to be less than this number, just because of some of the writer strike and whatnot. But we're probably on pace for about 564 releases, which is almost, not quite, but almost half of what was released in 2018. So when you take our total gross amount currently, divide it by the 392 movies. Remember, it was $12 million on average is what we made in 2018. Movie theaters are making on average about $17.3 million now. So that's a big, big difference. And so anybody who would suggest that movie theaters are not doing well, they are. They're doing exceptionally well for the amount of movies that are being released right now, because we're earning a lot more per movie release than what we were. I mean, those are big numbers. It's a $5 million spread per movie. It's a lot of money. But that's kind of one of the biggest numbers I think that probably stands out in my mind. But unfortunately, costs went also up some similar pace. I don't think so. I mean, I know costs did go up, but I don't know that they're that far up. We'd have to go and check and see. I'd have to pull a 10Q for 2018 to just kind of do like a contrast and comparison. But I doubt the costs went up significantly. Probably not by that much. I mean, you're talking about half the amount of movies and making $5 million more on average per movie, and you're telling me costs went up that much? I don't know if that's the case.
I think what I failed to do, and that's not me, was I was just trying to show that there was a time we were in grave danger. We were in perilous waters. There was a time when we could have filed bankruptcy and no one would have raised an eyebrow. It would have just been, that's the way it is. And all things that went along with that. And we're not there any longer. We're out of that perilous position. We're no longer on thin ice. We're on solid footing and everything looks much better. And that was the sentiment that I was trying to convey, that if you just pull back and look at where how the battlefield appeared when we started this journey versus where we are at today, there's a stark contrast there. And to deny that is flat out untruthful.
Yeah. Bob Bigums came in here a little bit ago and said that the bonds had not been closed. All right. It's time to take a look at the numbers. And I'm not trying to I know I'm leaving away from what it is that you just said without commenting on it, but we have come a long ways. And the crazy part is that we were under those conditions when we were hitting like all-time high prices, right? So I know we can do it again. It's just going to take some conditions to be met. So I'm going to go over to the other screen here, guys, and we're going to take a look at the numbers. Give me 1 second here while I transfer some screens around, and we'll take a look at what we got going on. All right, starting with, let's see, off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere around like 11 to 12%. So far for the day-to-day, off exchange is at 45.86 and EDGX is sitting at 11.32. The combined total, that's 57.18%, or about 2.82% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. So it's definitely lower than usual. That usually indicates that there's going to be a price increase unless there is some sort of real selling going on. And there could be. Somebody could be selling some positions. CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 512,000 shares going through there. That's again, I really didn't want to see CHX volume being high this week because it does mean that there could be some additional pain ahead. We want to see failure to deliver stacking, and when they're returning shares on a daily basis, then that means that we're not getting stacking of failure to delivers. But that number is 512,000 shares as of right now. Anything over 300,000 is a lot. That's 2.01% of our total daily volume. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day is at 700 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 5.86 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 5.14 million shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little to 17.61%. Cost of borrow mints at 3.54, average 6.52, max 8.6%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 28.62 million shares. That's a decrease day over day by 1.65 million shares. Ortex is estimated that about 831,000 of that, or nearly half of it, was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $8.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 20.7 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 25.1 thousand contracts in volume. Puts, highest amount of volume an hour ago is at a $7.50 strike. It's still the same. It was 3.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 7.1 now. Market still indicating a closing price somewhere between $7.50 to $8.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders filled by Fidelity's customers, AMC is still in the top 10 with a 66.89% buy to 33.11% sell ratio. And GME is on the list here. 63.56% buys to 36.44% sales. Both of those buy-sell ratios are good. SSR trips today at $7.42. Shares available to borrow is at 750,000 shares. Let's see here. Looks like mainly shares have been returned in the last hour, about 100,000 of them. So far for the day, we've seen about 950,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 4.3%. This is all what's just being reported by IBKR. Taking a look at NASDAQ, it is up 0.9%. Dow Jones is up 0.67%. S&P 500 up 0.72%. We have 4,503 advancers, which is more advancing than it was an hour ago, to 1,560 decliners. Market's cooking with bacon grease right now. It's looking hot and tasty. Taking a look at the banks, some of our biggest movers, and I'm just going to read off the ones that are plus or minus 2.75% or greater. Coinbase is up 5.3%. Zion Bank's pretty close, 2.74%. Both of those are up. Everything's in the green on the banks right now. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.91, and a slight trend up here on, it's actually a little bit more than a slight trend on Ethereum Classic. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.38 and trending up as well. Oil is up 3.06 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.08 and both trending up. SPY is up 0.75 and trending up. VIX currently down 3.19% and trending down. VBR is up 1.27 and slight trend up. VB is up 1.2, slight trend up. Tesla is up 1.7, trending up. Amazon is up 0.5, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.27 and slight trend down. Doge is up 1.06, trending up. Bitcoin up 1.73, trending up. GameStop is up 2.64 and starting to kind of peel over the top here on its trend upwards. So it's starting to kind of move down. It did touch the top of the Bollinger Band here, which means it usually is going to come back down and retest the simple moving average. If it breaks hard past the simple moving average, it may continue on down further. However, it did print a TD9 on the way down, which means that it should have a little bit of a reversal here. HYMC is up 7.36% and trending up. NCMI is up 0.85 and consolidating. Hood is down 0.38 and trending up. And AMC is up 3.15 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, we have approximately $6.4 million more inflow than outflow. 27.07 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After 103 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for 102.53 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 80 and 130 million shares. Those numbers are probably still good based off of what I'm seeing. I mean, we got another at least 2 hours here before, let's see, 11, 12, 2.5 hours before we might start seeing some volume kicking back in again here. So that number is going to continue to drop. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.18, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.97, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at, with more selling pressure, RSI at 49.07, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.7, which is below average. So it looks to me like we're getting a little bit of a cool off here after our run up that we had. Investor Place printing an article about the raising of $325.5 million. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you, thank you. Albert says, sorry, was away. Did Bigums go back in the back of the Big Tramp? Pirate says he peeked into the back window and fled in horror. He saw handcuffs dangling from the ceiling. Gave him reason to be concerned. I don't blame him one bit. It could be very, very intimidating. Yes, Donald Devoid. So
the
because
saying, KC, is fools rush in where angels fear to tread.
What does that mean? Does that mean that we're a bunch of fools? All right, well, that's cool. I'm a fool. I just
no. We're the ones in there that the fools rush to join. So only a fool would join us. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread.
Yeah, well, I figured we rushed in here, so I figured we were part of the fools group, I guess. All right, so in regards to the Bollinger Band settings, this is because I'm on a 1-minute interval. It's not really a great idea to run Bollinger Bands. By the way, Donald, I changed my sigma to a 3 sigma. So keeping a Bollinger Band on a 3 sigma and looking at a 1-minute time interval means that you should probably adjust the amount of data gathering that you have to a larger time frame. So if you see these numbers up here in the top, you'll see bull parentheses 50-3. And what that means is that it's on a 50 time period, meaning 50-minute time interval since it's a 1-minute interval, and then a 3 sigma setting. So that's what I've got mine set up for. The standard settings are 20 and 2. But let me tell you why I do it, and it's because from my engineering background, I deal a lot with 3 sigmas. And like 99.5% or 99.8% of your data is supposed to be within a 3 sigma. And so I'm used to seeing, spec limits that are set to 3 sigmas. And like, anytime you see a chart where you see price, or not price, but you see a metric that you're measuring moving outside of a 3 sigma, it's out of control. And so actually it's not out of control, it's out of spec, because that's a 3 sigma. Control is actually usually a 2 sigma. So I like to see majority of my data within my lines, and it's just simply because of my background in engineering. It's like I just desire to see that so much that it hurts me or pains me to see data that's not within the bands, right? So I know when price starts hitting these bands here at a 3 sigma that we've got some price movement that's well outside of tolerances, typical tolerances for where price should be moving to, like meaning it's an exceptional movement. Like right now, we're hitting this Bollinger Band on the way down here. Right now, when we're hitting it like this is exceptional movement. Like this should happen only 99.8% of the time. And so it tells me that when you see it moving down like that, it's going to come back up, probably try and normalize itself to the middle again. So that's kind of why I do it. And hopefully it explains to you. It's just my background. I think of 2 sigmas as being like control limits. And I don't like control limits. I want to see failures. Let's see here. We got about 40 minutes before I take a look at the numbers. You guys have received all of your settlement shares. 77% saying yes. Same value, I believe, from yesterday. Let me just check and see. Yesterday you said 76% said yes. No is 12%, and that's higher by 1%. Some have and some have not is at 3%, and I haven't checked yet is now 9%, which is one of the largest numbers we've seen so far. For whatever reason, I don't know why that's so high. Please go check your data. Go check your portfolio and see if it's accurate. I don't think there's any reason to not check that. So on the way down here, we printed a TD9, and so that means that it's going to likely have a reversal. You can already see that it was already starting to occur. So we should not all, it doesn't have to happen, but we should see price try to come back up and retest the simple moving average, which happens to be where most of our volume has been at lately.
We're going to put in a request for the IT technician to see if they can't come up with a clip from John Lee Hooker's Boom 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 song for the soundboard.
Boom Boom song?
Need it in the upcoming. Yeah, he's got a song. It's a classic blues. John Lee Hooker, Boom Boom Boom. If we can get a clip of that for the soundboard, it may come in handy in the near future with the candles that we're sure to see.
Is that country?
No. It's of the Muddy Waters, Louisiana style blues guitar far from country. You'll have to take a moment and see what you think. John Lee Hooker. Boom,
Hold on a second, I'm
boom,
looking it up.
boom.
You want us in your room?
Oh, wait, isn't he go a boom, boom, boom? Yeah, okay, I think I know what you're talking about now.
It's real heavy on guitar solos, real light on lyrics, but the refrain of boom, boom, boom would be very applicable.
Yeah, I know what this is. Yeah. Yeah, I know what this is. See, I'm just not really good with names. As soon as I hear it, I go like, oh yeah, I know exactly what that is.
We're here to help,
yeah.
man. We're just here to help. We're here to help. Yeah.
I'm not a names person, unfortunately. It's never been my strong suit.
He's of the same vein as like Buddy Guy and some of those blues guitar masters.
What's your Myro says love John Lee classic. What's your favorite genre of music, Pirate? Just out of curiosity. Are you rock and roll kind of guy?
Yeah, I'm a classic rock guy. I'm a product of the '80s, man. You know, going through high school in the '80s, I'm all about the big arena rock bands. That's my all-time favorite. But I'm just a big lover of all kinds of music. There's almost nothing that I won't listen to.
PB Thor says Nicki Minaj likes the boom 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 too. Wait a minute. I just saw something recently where they were referencing Taylor Swift to Nicki Minaj and something having to do with like calling her favorite something or other. I wish I could remember what it was that I read. Man. Let me see if I can find it.
Preacher was mentioning a lyric of boom, boom, boom in my room. And I think I don't know if that's a rap song or
No, I don't remember the name of the song, but come on, it's like boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room.
Yeah, that's a different song, and I would argue, it's probably not as cool as the John Lee.
We gotta get you singing, Preacher. We gotta get a clip of you.
Yeah, that will happen. Never.
That's such a waste.
So you're
waste of such beautiful vocal cords.
You're telling me that you're not a big karaoke fan? Is that what you're saying?
No. Never
It's like
tried it.
It's like a fucking guy that owns a Stradivarius and refuses to play it.
But you know what though? I'm with you though. I'm kind of with you. I don't like that either. So I get it.
I wish I would have a voice where I could sing. Like I really wish I could. Just no. When I try to sing, no. Like nobody alive did something that wrong that's worth that pain. So.
Come on, man. It can't be that bad.
Like including Mayo Boy, I wouldn't subject him to this.
Well,
we can send you a clip and you can try it.
Voice. You have the voice. You just don't have the confidence of the command of the voice. Those are two distinctly different things.
Yeah, no. I tried. Believe me, I tried. Not gonna tell now where and how, but believe me, it's just not. Doesn't work. It's not there. I wish it were, but it's not.
Maybe we can get him some work, Casey, doing those audio books. He can read romance novels. I'm sure that we can find him some side hustle.
Oh my gosh, man, dude, you could probably make some good cash on that. I think there's ladies out there that would pay for that. Yeah.
That's another no. I can't read. I just fall asleep. You can take it like me being lazy. I don't care.
No,
Whenever
but you don't. I mean, you could just
a book. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think there's a delay here. So go ahead, please. Whenever you read a book.
No, I was saying like when I try to read a book, it can be 5 minutes after I'm up and had my coffee. I start reading within 30 seconds. I'm yawning. It's like books have always had this effect on me. That's why I struggled so much in college. I cannot read something from a book and not go to sleep.
Well, that just means you'll make more money. You get paid by the hour, so the engineers will just have to do a lot of dubbing. If you got to read it 30 seconds at a time, so be it. As long as when it's finished, we have a nice rendition of His Undying Love on the Beach by Anne Rice or something like that.
Yeah.
The women folk would eat it up.
By a guy who doesn't speak English properly. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, the chicks love that, man. It doesn't matter. They'll buy it.
Yeah.
You could destroy the words and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Antonio Banderas wouldn't have a career if he didn't have that wonderful accent.
It'd be a side hustle for you. I mean, you could make some extra cash. No, yeah, definitely not the acting skills. It's all about the swagger and the confidence.
All my
That's all it
acting
is.
dreams are now gone, turned to dust.
Hey, but at least you got a side hustle though, right? I mean, that's how I'd look at it. I mean, the best I got is Santa Claus, so that's the best I could probably do as a side hustle. So at least you got something going for you.
Short window. That's a short window for profitability too.
I know it's like 1 month out of a year.
The Santa Claus hustle, man. Santa Claus hustle. You have 1 quarter of good numbers, and then the rest of the year your projections tank.
I guess before I shave this beard off, I want to try to do that though. I'd like to try that side hustle. I don't want to do the side. I just want to go out and ring the bell. That's all I want to do. I'm gonna go volunteer for Salvation Army and ring the bell and just see how many smiles I can get out of people as they're walking into stores. Nobody wants to hear the bell ringing. I would probably ring it very minimally.
Z-Way said, forget about the romance novels. He needs to read straight from the smut novels, the soft porn. Yeah, I mean, whatever, man. He's got the voice for it. I'm telling you, those little paperbacks that all the women are so fond of. I'm telling you, man. Somebody's got to put that on tape for the audio book crowd, and he could corner the market.
Wait. To reach what? The paper bags, you said?
Yeah, there's like
paperbacks.
They're little paperback novels, little paperback books that they sell at airports and popular with a lot of the women folk like to carry them around. Yeah, we're not talking about we're not talking about war and peace here, or for whom the bell tolls. We're talking about 150 pages of soft porn. Yeah. Read with your sultry voice, and I just hear the cash register ringing.
I just thought you said paper bags, and I was like, what paper bags? What the heck? What am I getting into?
I don't understand. People keep saying if you're going to be Santa, you also have to be the Easter Bunny. I don't understand. Why is that a thing?
He's saying to round out your calendar, man. You said your family's going to starve the rest of the 10 months out of the year if your only hustle is a Santa Claus gig. So he's thinking, man. He's like, there's lots of holidays, and you have to round out your costume department to keep your cash flow level on even.
But you can't be Santa Claus and a leprechaun, though. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, sure you can. They're distinctly different times of the year, different outfits. Yeah, man. By all means, you certainly can.
But you got to be short. Santa Claus isn't short.
Nah.
They're completely different jobs. Oh yes,
give you a pass
necessarily.
On being short if you can rock that beard, that little green outfit.
Any two will do says, and the Tooth Fairy. Yeah, I'm definitely not putting on a pink tutu. I'm definitely going to pass on that one.
you heard me several times over the last year reference the Irish pub that I frequent in Florida, and they have a wee person, midget, whatever they're called these days, and he comes in. And
oh, you can't say the M word. Oh,
he's got the
pirate.
He's got the whole entire outfit, the little green tuxedo, and he's got the top hat and the little cane, and he's got the perfectly manicured beard, with no mustache. And man, he's crazy popular in that joint.
William Price says, I hear you. I was an underwater Santa one winter. What the heck is that? What's an underwater Santa? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, is that some sort of kink?
Must be, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, any well-to-do.
Judge here. This is a judgment-free zone, man. Everybody's welcome, and he can do his underwater whatever, man. It's all good.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. No points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
That was from something with Adam Sandler in it, wasn't it?
Good morning.
Good morning, Censored Content. How you doing?
It was from that movie Liar, Liar.
I like to party.
That's way better than the other Boom Boom.
Are you kidding me? You prefer that over John Lee Hooker? You're not right.
Only because it's funny. It's funny. It's way funnier than the other one. Just saying.
Catch me outside. How about that?
By the way, am I the only one having issues with YouTube and the chat? Like I keep getting the survey over and over and over, so that's just the only thing popular, even though I voted, and the message that's subscriber only mode, so it just comes over and over the same thing, so I basically can't see any comments.
That's a result of your aversion to Apple products. It's all, you get what you get, man. You're hating on Apple all the time, and this is the result of that.
Apple owns YouTube? Are they targeting me? Or?
I have no idea.
Actually, I think it's Google.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know why it's doing this. I never saw this before. So basically, I see more messages of subscriber only mode, text, whatever, than I see comments. It's like every 3-4 seconds, just does this, as if I'm just joining the chat. But if it's only me, then that's okay. As long as people are able to chat, that's good.
Yeah, YouTube's owned by Google.
Does that mean that you're voting too much, Preacher? Is that why that third response is gone?
Dude, you sound like a
let's say
you sound like
reason.
You sound like a robot, Rex. I couldn't even tell what you said. How in the world did you tell what he said?
That's the reason. That's the reason the fourth option is up so high that I haven't checked yet. Joking that I'm voting it over and over.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
get rid of the
we can
damn
test it,
survey.
'cause I get the survey, as I said, every few seconds. So I'm curious if do you see how we see 622? Like if I add 10 votes, we can check if.
All right, I'll tell you what. I can remove the poll, and should I remove it and then just try and? What? I didn't remove it yet.
I was skewing the.
I haven't removed it.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
It's the same software we use for elections in the United States.
Oh,
okay,
man.
So even though I vote multiple times, it doesn't count. Like they don't stack up. It just refreshes. It doesn't want my vote, basically. That's what's happening.
Huh. Have you tried rebooting?
That's gonna be the
You know that was funny. You know that was funny.
Yeah.
I know being an IT guy, I'm sure as an IT guy, you probably thought that was at least a little bit funny, right? Okay, good.
You have no idea, like, working in IT, and like my first job was in IT. I want to consider myself pretty experienced, and usually my first piece of advice is that. But several times I found myself with a problem, troubleshooting it for longer than I'm willing to admit, asking for help, and then it's like, did you reboot? And I'm like, no, I didn't. So yeah.
That has got to be the most ironic part of having an IT guy getting an answer of reboot from another IT guy. That's got to be the epitome of pain. Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong with it? It ain't got no gas in it.
Easy. Casey takes his poll seriously. Yeah, don't mess with my poll. I like it just the way it is.
That's what she said.
All right. Numbers? No, it's not numbers time yet. Damn. Let's see here. So what am I doing? Am I getting rid of it or not? How many people are having this problem here? Should we do a poll and see how many people are having a problem?
I just have a sneaky suspicion that you could do that. You could continue doing it every day from a year from now, and the ratios will stay about where they're at.
Everybody who's having a problem with the poll for the day being annoying, throw up a 1 in there, and I'll just get rid of it for today, and we'll just call it good enough at 624 votes. If I see a bunch of 1s, then I'll remove it. That's enough. All right, that's more. I mean, it's already 4 people already. 5, 6. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get rid of it. I will end the poll. 627 votes is not shabby. So, please let me know if that fixes everything for you guys. I mean, that's only about 100 votes away from what we had from yesterday, so that's not bad. Now I'll put up a poll asking if you guys want me to get rid of polls. No, we won't do that. Did it fix your problem? Are you seeing it? Does it look better for you now?
For me, so far, yes, but I still got another message, like with the subscriber only mode, only 1. So that's not, that one's still coming, but at least I can see comments. So yeah. No, the poll is back. Wait, what?
I'd like to see a poll giving 4 choices of anybody's bought in the last week, the last month, the last quarter, and the last year. But I'm afraid that I don't know if people would be honest.
The poll always comes back. It never stops. It just keeps going and going and going. Is it really? Is it still back? Did it?
No, so the poll flashed like 3 or 4 times, but now it's not coming up. No, but now it's just the subscriber only mode, basically. I can send you a screenshot so you see what I'm talking about.
No. Keep that screenshot to yourself. I'll pass.
Okay.
What was that I just heard about someone flashing their poll?
It's taste an acquired taste. What can I say?
Acquired taste to what?
You can put your picture of the poll in the bubble.
Nah, goodness. There's children listening to this program.
I know.
I have my. I'm holding my 3-month-old, so he's looking at me weirdly already.
Is he giving you that concerned
the movie
look?
Christmas Story with Ralphie? Didn't he get his tongue stuck to the pole?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You know,
I triple dog dare you.
You'll shoot your eye out. You'll shoot your eye out. That movie, if you get a BB gun, you'll shoot your eye out. I'm almost certain he got his tongue stuck to a pole.
Tell her to wear some goggles or something for, jeepers.
I think it's definitely come down to rebooting. I think you need to reboot now.
I think I need to go and play with the small one, so I'll switch to just listening.
I'm gonna say something very controversial. Roseanne, if you think this is bad, you should see what some of these schools are teaching kids these days. It's like, oh my gosh.
Said that the other day, KC, because in my effort to try to make everybody laugh over the course of the last 5 or 6 months, I've gotten salty on more than one occasion, and I've been called disgusting and filthy. And I thought to myself, man, I saw what they're reading in some of these school libraries, and I'm a choir boy compared to some of these educators. And gee, many Christmas, man.
Well, there's a meme about this that people nowadays, they don't want to eat the dark part of a banana, but have no problem eating the a-hole of a person they just met.
Wow.
That's a meme? That's a meme right now? Wow. Do you guys eat the little nipple at the end of the banana? I've always wondered why everybody always throws that part out. It's like, I'm sure I've actually never had it before to eat it. So I have no idea what it tastes like, but it probably can't be all that bad. I would imagine. I don't know. I mean, I really no the seed, I guess, at the end. I don't know what it's called.
Oh my God.
What is it called? What is it called? I don't know what it's called. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up and see what it's called. What is the nipple at the end of a banana?
It's not about
called?
The nipple or whatever. It's about like if the banana gets a touch somewhere, it starts to go brown like spots. It's slightly bruised. And people won't.
No, I know.
Bruised part.
Yeah, no, I know. I get what you're saying. I didn't know what this was. It's called the fingertip or the banana flower. Which now you know, and you didn't know before. It's called the fingertip.
Wait,
just the tip.
Flower or the flower tip or.
It says the little black tip at the end of the banana is called the fingertip or the banana flower.
So finger the flower.
It is the flower that the banana. It is the flower that the banana fruit grows from. The fingertip is edible, but is not usually eaten because it is tough and has a bitter taste.
Oh, yeah, but that's why my wife has me eat a regular amount of pineapple. It's supposed to help with that.
It's probably good for you.
Somebody needs to give that guy in chat SC Formula. They need to give him a point because he changed the spelling of bananas to bananas with the going with the old anal. Yeah, very nicely done there. Formula, nicely done.
Well, I also see from one timer, banana nipple.
Right, here we go. And we're off.
Numbers? Is it numbers time? Oh, no, not yet.
Bananas.
Baneo.
Where's Yucca? I can't believe he hasn't shown up yet. That's so surprising.
Something with bananas and poles. I don't remember exactly.
He must be busy because this is like all stuff that I'm sure he would.
Talking about that new movie coming out, Killer of the Flower Moon. And my sons always help me find new books to read, and they came home a year ago screaming about this book. You got to read this book, Dad. You got to read this book, Killers of the Flower Moon. And as soon as I heard that they were going to make that movie, I knew that it was going to be a blockbuster. Just the content of the book, and Leonardo DiCaprio, and I don't know who the I don't know who the director is, but he's a world acclaimed director. I just knew that was going to be a hit.
Z Wade says, if the tip is the banana flower, then I argue the peel should be the Fernana skin.
Fernana skin.
Oh, nicely done.
That's a good
nicely
one.
done.
That
Point for me.
very, very, yeah, that's a point for me too. That's a couple points there. Fernana skin. That's pretty good. I like that. I'm gonna have to use that sometime. Thank you, Z Wade. I appreciate that. Highly recommend you use that in your next video.
You got to admit, KC, this crowd never lets you down. This group never fails to deliver.
I'll tell you what. Z Wade's got his own YouTube channel. Z Wade has his own YouTube channel, and I think he should do. This is what you should do, Z Wade. You should take pictures of a banana peel over time decaying, and call it Fernana skin, and just call your video Fernana skin, and watch that thing just take. It's gonna be popular, dude. I'm telling you, you're gonna be like this like major multimedia photographer, YouTuber that just takes off like crazy.
Along that same idea,
Fernana skin.
KC, have you ever seen the short clips of where they put piles of random things in the woods? Like they take like a catfish out of the river and lay it in the woods, and then put a time-lapse photography setup on it.
Oh,
Seen any of those
yes.
yet?
Yeah, I have seen those.
Pretty cool.
Oddly satisfying for whatever. I have no idea why I like seeing those, but they are kind of satisfying.
I think
In a
it just
weird,
gives you a glimpse
very
into something that you would never see. I mean, who has the time to sit in the woods and stare at a fish laying on the ground for 3 days? You know, and it gives you a glimpse into a world that you would never see any other way.
Yeah. Have you seen some of those videos that they've also posted where it's like a time lapse of a cityscape and it makes it almost look like it's fake? Have you seen those?
Yeah.
They do like scenes of like waterfronts and stuff like that, or like a bay or something, and it all looks like it's like just little claymation, but it's actually really just time lapsed video. I think it has something to do with the.
There's some creative people out there doing some creative things. I've seen a time lapse of a bunch of house plants, like a whole group of house plants, and it showed how much they move over time. And then when you speed it up, it literally shows. You can see how alive they are, how much they actually move over time. Very interesting.
Papa Max says it's called tilt shift to make it look like a model. Yeah, it's like 2 different angles or something like that. Is that what it is? I watched a video one time that shows how they do it. I forgot I forgot how they did it, but I remember seeing something on it. Those are pretty cool. There's another one where a guy builds a biome in a glass structure, and then I think he films like what's happening to the biome or how it's like progressing over time. It's like a self-contained biome or something like that. That just those are kind of neat too. For those of you who are just listening and not watching, we're up 1.76% and still trending down right now at $8.38. So we are on a little bit of a downtrend, and let's see how we're doing in contrast to the rest of the market. We have the SPY is up 0.71. The question's going to be is who's up and who's down right now in this market? Who are the who's? I forgot we had PPI today. Hold on a second. Let me see if we got the data coming in through here yet.
Yeah, we did. It was a little hot.
It's high, huh?
Well, it came in a little hot today, yeah.
Yep, sure did. How about that? Let me click on this and see what the article says. Let me read it off real quick here. Wholesale inflation posts largest increase in 14 months, U.S. PPI shows. Hold on a second here. How do I get this to move? I can't. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see here. The numbers. Fueled by higher energy costs, U.S. Oh, yes, higher energy costs. That's awesome. U.S. wholesale prices jumped 0.7% in August to mark the largest increase in 14 months and signaled that inflation is likely to persist for a while. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal had forecast a 0.4% increase in the producer price index. The warm wholesale inflation report follows a similar upturn in consumer prices last month. The consumer price index also registered its biggest increase in 14 months. Wholesale costs often foretell future inflation trends. The increase in wholesale prices over the past 12 months climbed to 1.6 from 0.8 in the prior month. A separate measure of core wholesale prices that strips out volatile food, energy, and trade margins rose 0.3 last month. The government said that was also a tick higher than expected. The increase in the so-called core prices over the past year edged up 3% from 2.9. Key details here is that the cost of the wholesale energy surged almost 11% in August to drive the increase in the PPI. Food prices fell 0.5% to partially offset that increase. The cost of services, a major driver inflation, rose a scant 0.2% last month. The increase in overall service prices over the past year slowed to 2.2% in August and is far below a peak of 9.4% a year and a half ago. Inflation further down the pipeline bubbled up a bit more, however. The wholesale cost of a partly finished goods jumped 2.1% last month and broke a streak of 6 straight declines. And the cost of raw materials rose 1.3%, the second largest increase in a row. The PPI report captures what companies pay for supplies such as fuel, packaging, and so forth. These costs are often passed on to consumers at the retail level and give an idea of whether inflation is rising or falling. After almost turning negative early in the summer, wholesale prices have crept higher in the past few months, but they are no longer signaling rapid price increases. A spat of more benign inflation readings is expected to keep the Federal Reserve on hold while they meet next week to decide whether to raise interest rates again. Let me pull up the probability rate. Earlier this morning, I did pull the probability rate on the raising of the interest rates, and it was showing 0.3% chance, or not 0.3, a 3% chance at seeing a raise in rates this next. What is it? 6 days, 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 32 seconds from now. It's still showing a 3% chance at seeing a rate increase, so still no signs of potential rate increase going on. November, however, has changed a little bit, I think. The chances of seeing a rate hike is up to 32.3% chance now for November, and December now showing a 36.1% chance. So I think those numbers are slowly kind of creeping up a little bit for rate hike during those periods of time. And let's see here. Looking ahead, while today's worse than expected report can be attributed mostly to higher energy prices in August, it still shows that the Fed's journey to bring inflation to its 2% target is not over, and while it will take more than months of positive data to convince the Fed that it is, actually that's where they ended. They said it's going to take months of positive data to convince the Fed that it is. Said the Eugenio Ailman, chief economist at Raymond James. Yeah. Business inventories. I think this is a monthly number here. Business inventories rose 0%. They were expecting a rise by 0.1. Tomorrow we have some data coming out for U.S. import prices, Empire State Manufacturing Survey, industrial production, capacity utilization, and consumer sentiment, all coming out tomorrow.
AC, if Hollywood can go on strike, have their demands met, looks like tonight at midnight, the United Auto Workers, they're going on strike. Can we, as the American citizen, just go on strike and demand term limits? Everybody just refuse to go to work and or pay taxes until they immediately do an up or down vote for term limits.
Right, that's the not paying taxes would be the not paying taxes portion of that would have to be the key part to it. And of course, not paying your taxes.
Would that get their attention? Yeah.
I mean, it sure would have some. I mean, if everybody would have to decide to do it, and it would really cause a lot of problems. I don't know, man.
Way to get their attention. I can't think of another way to get their attention to have our demands met. Like I said, the United Auto Workers, they've figured it out, and Hollywood's figuring it out. I'm just trying to see if we can use the same strategy to have our needs met.
Who's coming out, KC? I missed it.
Hey, Yaka, how's it going, my friend? How you doing today? Good to see you. You missed all of our talk earlier. It's too late now. It's done gone. We're past it.
I heard somebody's coming out. Is Foo coming out?
No. It wasn't that at all. It was all about polls. We had poll problems.
Uh-oh.
When did Bigham say they didn't pay the bonds off? Because an hour ago he posted that they might have it. He's looking into it.
Yeah, that's when he came in and said that they might have, and then he looked into it and said they didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ariel says that's why the IRS has armed itself. Didn't they take back the hiring of as many people as they were expecting to hire? Yeah. I think they did still hire quite a few, but I think that they didn't hire as many as they thought they were going to. Or something.
They were buying up ammo, Casey.
I don't think they gave
the IRS was buying up ammo.
Yeah, I don't think they gave them a weapon.
No, they did. They had actually pictures where I saw them in firearm training.
Really? I thought they only
when they're going
a broom.
When they take away everybody's guns, that's the weapons they're using. They're giving those to the IRS.
Was that a joke?
Oh, really?
Smart.
What was that a joke, Yucca?
File away my cereal. What? They give them brooms? Well, they gotta go clean up their own mess. What is that? What is that? Was that the plane crashing?
I don't know. No, it sounded like a lawnmower driving by. Somebody was cutting the grass.
So I went to see the movie yesterday.
Oh yeah, how was it? Oh, that's right. And you came into the back of the Big Tramp and then left, and then I saw a picture of you with the MacGuffin's beer.
Yeah.
Tell us about the movie.
Okay,
I'll give you five minutes. 5 minutes. Just tell me briefly how did you feel about it.
There's no way I can give you spoilers because you've seen in real life what has happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's a funny, good movie. It's really good, Casey. I give it a 10.
Yucca, this is Pirate. Let me ask you, if you were not involved in this play, so emotionally I mean, we're way over the line of how close we are to this fire. But if you were just a general moviegoer, would you have found it interesting, funny?
Yeah, I would have.
Good.
I would
That's
have.
good to hear.
I would have.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, I would have been like, what? What is that? What? Let me, and then I go home and look it up and try to do more research to see what that really was about.
Because that's the true measure. It should come as no surprise that we will all just be big fans of the movie. Yeah.
I took my daughter, my wife. Yeah, they loved it. I was surprised my daughter. Well, obviously, they did throw some girl and girl action.
Of course, they're going to tell you that. You'd make them walk home if they said anything different. So that's no surprise.
No, they did. They threw some girl on girl action in there, like kissing, and then.
You mean Sam Bankman-Fried and his girlfriend? Is that what you mean?
No, some I felt a little weird. My daughter, she's only like 14, and I'm like, oh, and she's like looking at her mother. What are they doing? So, but it's a good movie. Let me see, criticism.
Well, Frank says, was it as good as Barbie? Did you cry a little?
I did cry. You know what? I got a little emotional.
Did you?
Yeah, I kind of felt a little emotional. I don't know why, but probably because we're still like in this play, so I kind of got emotional in the sense like upset, like in that sense, like kind of upset, emotional, and then seeing the stories, and kind of replaying that all over again. And I think that's why Mr. Kenny Boy is hurt, because he's gonna have to replay all over again. It's like restarting. People have forgotten, and now here you go. You're restarting it again. Let's see. What else? I liked it. I did. I'm trying to think of something that I didn't like about it. It felt a little rushed. I don't know why. Maybe because we've been holding for over 2 years.
They took a long hold and turned it into a 2-hour movie, and it didn't feel like it was a long hold. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So I felt a little rushed. They did show like the run up. Trying to think, but I would go see it again. Would definitely.
Okay.
Just because there wasn't that many people. I mean, there was a lot of people, but it wasn't full. Like how when it's gonna open in 2 weeks, I'm sure a lot of people are gonna go see it.
Okay. Well, thanks. I appreciate the movie review. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't want to tell you. It's gonna suck if I tell you. I know everybody's gonna go see it.
All right. Well, I'm going to head over to the other screen here and read off the numbers, because it is numbers time. Don't forget that I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second while I move some screens around real fast. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what time is it? 11 o'clock? 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now we have 48.61% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.82. These values are low at 59.43%. That's about 2.57% less than I would expect to see by this time of the day normally. CHX volume for the day is at 513,000 shares. Let's see here. GME's CHX volume so far for the day today is sitting at 1,300. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was 5.14 million shares having been borrowed for the day. That's now showing 3.18 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short shares of the interest of the free float to drop to 17.12%. Cost to borrow mins at 3.54, average is 6.44, max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 28.62 million shares. That's approximately 1.65 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimated that about 831,000 of that was in closed short interest. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $8.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 25.1 thousand shares at 8.5. There is now 30.2 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of put volume for the day today is at $7.50 strike. There was 7.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 8.5. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $7.50 and $8.50 before the day is over. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list. AMC is in the top 10. And we have a 66.8% buy to 33.2% sell ratio. GME was on this list earlier, but it looks like they may have fallen off the list, likely due to low volume, but they did have a good buy-sell ratio earlier, so I'm sure it's still good. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $7.42. Shares available to borrow is 750,000 shares. Let's take a look and see what that looks like in regards to how many shares have been borrowed. Looks like they did borrow another 50,000 shares as of an hour ago, or within the last hour, I should say, and that's going to add to the 950,000 shares borrowed. So I mean, we're seeing about 1 million shares so far for the day today. Fees are at 4.2%. NASDAQ is up 0.77, Dow Jones is up 0.76, S&P 500 is up 0.72. We have 4,350 advancers to 1,751 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, and but it's a little less advancing than it was an hour ago. But overall, the market is cooking with bacon grease today. It's looking hot and tasty. Banks, big movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We've got First Horizon's pretty close. It's at 2.65% up. Coinbase is up 4.48. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down, or sorry, rather up 8 point, or point, boy, I can't speak. Up 0.8% for the day today and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.44 and trending up. Oil is up 2.82 and trending. It looks like it's breaking the trend down. It might be starting to head up here a little bit. It does kind of look like consolidation on a lower time scale. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.06 to 0.07 and trending down. SPY is up 0.73 and trending up. VIX is down 3.19 and trending down. Actually, looks like it's kind of starting to consolidate a little bit here after having trend down. VBR is up 1.17 consolidating. VB is up 1.01 consolidating. Tesla's up 1.33 and starting to consolidate after a run up. Amazon is up 0.05 and consolidating after a run up. Doge is up 0.75 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.66, trending up. GME is up 2.78, trending up. HYMC is up 5.58, and looks like it's starting to trend down after having trended up most of the beginning portion of the day. NCMI is trading even for the day today, and it does look like it's trending up overall, though, from previous. Trending more recently down from market open. Robinhood is down 0.71 and consolidating, and AMC is up 1.15 and currently on a trend down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $4.6 million more inflow than outflow, roughly. We have 31.16 million shares traded so far for the day today after 161 minutes worth of trading. putting us on a pace for 75.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 80 and 130 million shares. So we've fallen underneath that pace by quite a bit here. It looks like they have definitely managed to control volume to a point to where we're seeing very low amounts of volume contrasted to what we were seeing or the picture that was being painted for us in the pre-market this morning and early market open. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 47.03, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 50.76, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 43.56, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 31.94, which is below average. This is Barron's post right here saying AMC stock sales creates bigger safety net, says analysts. Oops, I didn't read it. I don't even know if I want to read this. AMC Entertainment Holdings stock is rising Thursday after the movie theater chain sold $325.5 million of stock in the movie that a B. Riley analyst says provides an increased near-term liquidity safety net. That was one of the 4 entities that was going to be selling shares. AMC is working hard to pay off its debt after a difficult few years of pandemic-related shutdowns. One way the company has chosen to do this is by selling its own stock, but concerns of share dilution pushed many AMC shareholders to challenge this method of raising capital. Looks like they're just going to go through and describe what's happened in this. This is a quote from Eric Wold from B. Riley, stating, "We believe these proceeds not only provide an increased near-term liquidity safety net while the lingering Hollywood strikes potentially put the 2024 film slate at risk, but also provides an opportunity for the company to reduce the principal balances for higher interest rate debt scheduled for maturity in 2026 and beyond." Wold rates AMC stock at neutral with a $45 price target. He believes that management should continue to use the equity sales to pay off debt amid the uncertainty of the Hollywood strike, and that could mean, or what it could mean for the movie industry. However, there is a conclusion to the strikes. However, when there is a conclusion for the strikes, Wold says the company should use the cash to buy new movie theaters and diversify growth strategies. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp.
Yeah, but they failed to say that we're now going to be offering other. Oh yeah, welcome back. Welcome back.
That wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Yeah, no. They failed to say that we're headed in another avenue, so like another direction. Why did they put? We're going to be offering concerts.
Yeah, they're not talking about the other means of they're not talking about the popcorn or the potential candy that's coming or other sources of revenue that are going to be coming in. So that's all right. I don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, the 6 month expiration just for Walmart. That contract we had just letting them sell our popcorn. Now that has expired, and now popcorn can be sold everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah, and now that they've got their foot in the door, they might be able to negotiate a little bit better price for how much they're making on their profits from each sale. Now that they've proved themselves.
You got it.
Yep. Lino says AMC and SPY moving inversely. Let me check the SPY real quick here. I would assume so. Yep, for the most part. All right. Guess what, Yucca?
Another break.
Another break. Yes. Actually, this is my first one for the day. I just started late today, though. I started late, so, I didn't take an early morning break this morning. I started an hour late.
You started late?
We had some big thunderstorms that rolled through. Well, yeah, we had some big thunder. It woke me up like 3 times last night, and the very first time that it woke me up, I ran downstairs. Well, I shouldn't say I ran. I waddled my way downstairs as best I possibly could, as quickly as I possibly could, to save everything on the computer and then turn it off because I was afraid that we were gonna have a power bump and then I might lose stuff. So I turned everything off, and it was probably a good thing. I don't think we had a power bump here, but I got a message this morning saying my kids' schools were still out of power, or experiencing power problems. So I'm glad I did it. But Will says, get a UPS, fool.
Yucca. Yucca. Look, man. Too long, don't read. I'm doing the air quotes around the power failure thing. He had quote unquote thunderstorms. He was an hour late. Just let it go.
No, I wasn't. I posted it to YouTube that I was going to be starting an hour late, like a half hour before I start.
His car wouldn't start this morning. His battery was dead. My wife had to come pick me up and give me a ride. I've heard them all.
He forgot his laptop at home.
Yep. My kid was sick. My kid was sick. I had to take him to his mom's house to babysit him. That list is long.
I opened up my phone. I opened up my phone and I looked at where we were trading at in price, and it was like 9% up for in the aftermarket or pre-market hours. And I'm sitting there looking at it, and I'm going, man, these storms are still rolling through. Everybody will be just fine if I'm an hour late. It'll be okay.
Good for you.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Isn't Texas still off the national grid? I think Texas is off the national grid. But in regards to what Will Bowler said, he said take the or get a backup supply. No, I don't think. How many people actually own? Yeah, who actually owns one of those? Does anybody own? I don't know that I've ever met anybody that actually owns that. So I'd be surprised.
No.
That just doesn't seem very
Although the whole
realistic.
house, the whole house backup generators are very popular in Florida.
Yeah, Will says I have 2. I'm gonna make 2 guesses, Will, and you tell me which one of them is right. Either you're an IT guy, or you live outside the U.S. Which one of them is right? My guess, and maybe I'm wrong on both, but that's just gonna be my guess. Let's see what he says. Used to be an IT guy years ago. There it is. I knew one of them had to be right because you don't fit the general criteria of the stand, which tells me, Will, this is going to be that part where you're probably the guy that runs RAID 18 or something like that on your computer as well for backups. Are you RAID +2 or +3? What are you running over there? What kind of backup are you running on your hard drive? Nah, I'm super lazy. Okay, well, I kind of figured you had at least that going for you, but I guess not. Look, I mean, what's the point? Backup power. So I've worked in an industry, Will, for 20 plus years, making semiconductors. And even those plants, whenever there's a power bump, even with their backup power supplies, they still fail all the time. So for me, having worked in an industry like that and seeing those failures, in fact, let me tell you, My nightmare is when I see the lights flicker, because that means I know my job just got really shitty. When I see the lights flicker, meant my job just got really shitty for the night, because it doesn't matter how many backup power supplies they have, it always ends up failing anyways. So I don't buy backup power supplies because I've had 20 years of experience that tells me it doesn't do shit for you. It never does.
Shit, like, makes me cringe. I don't even like
Yep,
hearing
and
the word when I'm on shit.
yep, when you see a power bump, you know instantly.
The brownouts can be as bad as the power spikes.
Yeah, it's insane. It's like I have such a phobia to power bumps that a lot of times I see power bumps that people don't see in general, and because I have like it's ingrained in me to see it, because the minute that I see a power bump, I instantly start calling in to different tool sets and having people checking tools and making sure that everything's running the way it's supposed to be running, because like 9.5 times out of 10, it will always end up being that there's going to be some kind of shutdown somewhere that I'm going to have to respond to. And it's just like, damn it, every time. So I don't really subscribe to the whole, I'd rather just turn everything off and just call it good. Will says, yeah, we had to maintain the UPS. They're only meant for getting getting to the hardware to shut off. Yeah. I just close everything down. We always call them power bumps, I'm not. You're probably right. It probably is more of a power surge than anything. But we just always call them power bumps. It's probably the wrong. I'm not a power guy. We probably call them by the wrong thing. But what's that?
I want to get a whole home surge protector.
Florida offers those. If it's an upcharge on your monthly bill, they install it at the meter. But I have a friend of mine who's very knowledgeable in the industry, and he told me they're not as reliable as they. He just basically told me not to do it. But there again. Yeah.
Yeah. For those of you who are saying I unplug everything, you are by far probably doing yourself the best.
Right.
You're protecting yourself the best. Yeah, you really want to unplug everything. And surge protectors don't mean crap. They ain't going to help you in a real lightning strike situation. So, yeah, unplugging is the way to go.
I remember how he explained it to me, Casey, but in a nutshell, he said by the time that whole house surge suppressor that's on my electric meter, he said by the time that thing trips, the damage has already been done.
Yep, it is. It's true.
And don't they cover that? The surge protectors, don't they have insurance if you register it? They have they cover
I don't
like
think
50
so.
grand.
Really? If they do, that's awesome. But
yeah, you got to just register. If you get the cheapy ones for like $4.99, no, not those. You got to get the expensive ones.
Yeah.
We're talking about one that's provided by the power company that they install right on your electric meter with a service drop. It's called the service drop that comes from the primary feeds on the highway out to your house. It's called the service drop. And where that service drop enters your house and the electric meter, they can install an entire device right there. And then they charge you for it monthly. But I've been told that it's just not effective.
Not effective, huh?
But hey, no electrical advice.
You're right.
Yeah.
Well,
no electrical device.
You're not going on break? I stepped away, and then are you back from break?
No, we got talking about power bumps, and it is something. You don't understand, it's just an absolute nightmare.
Yucca, when he says he's going on break, if you can bring up the subject of guitars or computer chip manufacturing, it's all good. All right. You gotta work with me here, man.
Oh, man. I'm having flashbacks just thinking about power surges, power bumps. They were the bane of my existence. All right, I got to go to break though. I really do need to go to break. So, because I've had 2 cups of coffee today, and it's my legs are shaking.
What kind of guitar do you have?
I have a Takamine and an Ovation and a Fender, and I have a couple others that are probably no names that nobody ever recognizes, so it doesn't matter. So those are my.
In the future, KC, when we have some dead air time. Remind me to tell you the story about stray voltage and its effect on boats in a marina. Pretty interesting. You might find it interesting.
Stray voltage in a.
Interesting.
What's that?
Boat marinas all have a 50 amp service. Each boat big yachts plug into a 50 amp plug, and frequently the older marinas don't have proper grounding or good grounding, and you end up with stray voltage in the water. And if the boats don't have a lot of bonding on there, it can lead to some crazy corrosion. The electrolysis that takes place, it's amazing. There are a lot of pictures and data on it. If you're interested in such things, it has to do with stray voltage in a marina, and how one guy's boat not being properly grounded or one electrical service can just do thousands and thousands of dollars through electrolysis. Pretty common occurrence in older marinas.
Somebody was saying something just a second. What was it?
Hayden and Pirate taught me that I never knew that the lightning warps the planes.
Like, what do you mean by warps?
I just shared a story with them that we had an airplane to get struck by lightning. It was actually on the ground when it was struck by lightning. Killed one of the maintenance guys that was on it, and put another friend in the hospital for a long period of time. But from then on, the airplane would fly crooked. The pilot aircraft commander would have to do a rudder input of a few degrees and set the autopilot a few degrees to make it fly straight. And we determined that when the lightning had struck the aircraft, it warped the plane. We measured from wingtip to wingtip, all the way back to empennage to the horizontal stabilizers, and we found out that the plane was bent. And that's how bad electricity can bend something. An aircraft that big can literally have its airframe changed. Yep, true story.
Is that I mean, that sounds like potential structural damage right there. I'm surprised they even let the thing fly. Actually, did they ground it?
We go over it and make it safe to fly. We make it safe to fly. And airplanes get struck by lightning all the time, especially when they're flying. It's not rare at all. But when it's struck on the ground, it becomes a different issue. It was pretty dramatic. When an aircraft's parked in the military, they plug a grounding cord into it. It looks like the old headphone jacks. Remember the old stereo headphone jacks, RCA jack you'd plug in? You plug one of those into the aircraft, and you plug the other end of it into a grounding rod that goes into the ground, so that it gives the electricity a place to go if it gets struck by lightning. That lightning hit that plane, and it transmitted so much electricity that the concrete exploded and went up through the bottom of the wing, tore the wing up and everything. So yeah, electricity is bad stuff.
That's crazy.
Yep.
All right, well, I better go to break so we can get this thing turned around the other direction. Otherwise, the longer I sit here, we always tend to go down. If I, when I go to break, it goes back up here. So maybe we can get a reversal on this thing once I go to break here. So I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys back.
Go enjoy your break.
Enjoy your break, Casey.
Sounds good.
Guitars. What color is your guitar?
I just left on him. I just left on him. Let's see here. All right, let me put up the message for you. Oh boy, I love you, Yucca. Full FOMO. Let's see here. I'll be back at 12:10. And let me put up one more thing here real quick. Some music. See you guys. All right, guys, I'm back. So it seems like we're getting a resurgence of people that are saying that the bond was paid off for the 2026 bond that would prevent us from being able to have a dividend. And I've also seen somebody submitted something in the breaking news section here. I think it was Novocaine that put this in here. So let me check this out real quick here. This is posted by Matthew Coy on Twitter. Originally broke by Dale Murphy. AMC just sold 40 million shares. Okay, hold on a second here. I'm reading through this. I'm going to have to read through more of this. Looks like there's some claims that are being made here that I have to look into to verify. There are some pictures that are being posted. Yeah, I don't know. Bigums did come back into the back or to the chat and did say that he verified that the bonds were still there. We'll have to do some more research into this. I don't do very well researching this stuff while I'm doing a live stream, so I'm gonna have to look into this with some more detail and check and see if that's the case or not. As it stands for right now, though, it is numbers time, and I'm sure AMC will, probably release a statement if it is true, if that's the case. I would likely imagine that there'll be some kind of statement released on that. But let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at the numbers and see what we got moving on right now for everything that's happening. Let's take a look and see what we got going on. I'm going to remember, when you don't see the big tramp up on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And then also, I think I'm going to have to give you the two-factor authentication speech here. So two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be or shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the access code for that, you might want to utilize that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. All right, give me just 1 second here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, it's let's see, 12:17. I'd expect about 63% to be going through the off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we have 50.59% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 10.6%. The combined total 61.19. That's approximately 1.81% less than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 514,000 shares going through CHX for the day today. And GME's CHX volume is 1,300. As of an hour ago, Ortex is reporting 3.18 million shares having been borrowed for the day today, and it's now reporting 2.65 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 16.98%. Cost borrow mins at 3.54, average 6.44, max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 28.62 million shares on loan. That's 1.65 million more, or 1.65 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimating that about 831,000 of that is in new closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, we've had most of our volume showing up at around an $8.50 strike. There was 30.2 thousand contracts in volume for the day. There's now currently 36.4. On the put side of things, an $8 strike, highest amount of volume. That's actually up from $7.50. $7.50, we had 8.5 thousand contracts. Now at an $8 strike, we have 20.6 thousand contracts opening up there. It does look like they want to push the price underneath 8 to close probably a lot of those put contracts if possible. Or we're seeing put contracts being closed, one or the other. I'm not sure which. Taking a look at the orders filled by Fidelity customers. AMC is in the top 10. We have a 66.92% buy to a 33.08% sell ratio. And GME is, let's see, are they on this list here? I do not see GME on the list. It could be likely due to low volume, which is definitely something we're seeing on AMC right now. Compared to what we were seeing earlier this morning. SSR trigger price is at $7.42. Shares available to borrow is at 750,000 shares. We've seen in total about 1 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees are 4.2%, according to IBKR. NASDAQ is up 0.87. Dow Jones is up 0.97. S&P 500 is up 0.87. We have 4,417 advancers to 1,711 decliners. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago, marginally. But the market is cooking with bacon grease. Looks hot and tasty right now. It's definitely advancing quite a bit here. As far as big banks, or maybe even just banks in general, some of the biggest movers for the day today, I'm just going to read off anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or more. Let's see here. If we've got Coinbase up 3.58. That is the biggest of the movers. We got another one down here. It's close. Goldman Sachs is up 2.63. Ethereum Classic is up 0.86 and still trending up for the day-to-day. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.52 and trending up. Oil is up 2.82 and kind of consolidating for the day. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.16 to 0.17 and trending down. SPY is up 0.9 and looks like we did retest 450. Which, we could see some higher numbers on this before seeing the meltdown, but 450 is where it's at currently. VIX down for the day today at 3.41% down and trending down. VBR is up 1.3% trending up. VB is up 1.15 trending up. Tesla is up 1.49 trending up. Amazon is up 0.26 trending up. Actually, I take that back. It looks like it's consolidating. Cinemark is down 0.51 trending down. Doge is up 0.97, and I'm going to call it consolidating. Actually, you know what? It's on a trend up. It's trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.39 and consolidating. GME is up 3.03 and trending up. HYMC is up 5.61 trending up. NCMI is down 1.59 trending down. Hood is down 1.37 trending down, and AMC is down 1.21 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $4.1 million more inflow than outflow. 35.28 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. After 232 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 59.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 80 to 130 million. So we're definitely seeing a much lower volume traded day to day than what the pre-market was suggesting we would see. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 45.06, which is below average or slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with divergence on the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI at 46.13, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 37.94, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 28.96, signaling oversold. Getting a little bit of consolidation around that the selling price point of 814. We did hit the bottom side of this Bollinger Band on the way down, which typically means price is going to make a reversal and head back towards the simple moving average. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp.
Probably long term.
Oh, here he comes.
It is Mr. Casey.
Howdy, howdy. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. It's good to be back. The screenshots that I was seeing in regards to the bond that you're asking about there, give me 1 second, I'll pull it up. Let's see here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I have to go and check and see. The document that I see posted up here doesn't. I don't see a specific bond value, total value. I don't know. Tendies Plus Plus posted up a picture saying he saved a guy's life. I saw that when I was on break. Holy crap. Tendies, you got to come back to the back of the Big Tramp and tell your story, man. That's crazy. What happened? Absolute nuts. Somebody got stabbed, apparently. Ariel, I don't know. I have to go and start digging through a bunch of different stuff, and I'm not gonna do it right now. I'll do it later. Earlier, Bigham said no, that it hadn't. He came in and told us that it hadn't been closed out, so I don't have verification of it. And just the posting that I see here doesn't necessarily cause me to believe that it was necessarily closed out either. I just don't see any bids. That's all. But yeah, I don't know. Ariel says, would there not be a press release by Adam Aaron? I would think that there would be, but I haven't seen anything just as of yet. Albert says, so we have like $5 billion in debt. No, we have less than that. We only had, I think the last numbers that I saw was like 4.5 or something like that. There wasn't $5 billion. The float now, Alex, should be 198 million. I said 298. No, it should be 100 and I'll give you an exact number here. Let me add it to my Excel spreadsheet here. Give me 1 second. In total, I'll give you an exact number. Give me just 1 second. Let me find the actual amount. There we go. 190, 158, 382. Okay. Oof. It should be 198,382,446. Should be. There should be another filing that'll probably come out that'll give us some of the new data and numbers that apply. Because there might have been, remember there was besides the at the market offerings, there was some portions in there that may have been sold to some of those entities that that may have been could have maybe been perceived as like an insider trade or something like that, or held position by, I guess, an institution that might be considered not outstanding as of yet, since they may have not been sold into the marketplace. I'm not sure if those would be considered part of the float or not, but they would be considered part of at least the outstanding shares. So I don't know if that we don't have specifics on those values as of yet, so I can't really say for sure. But I just added 40 million to what we had outstanding, or of the free float. Actually, no, I added that to the outstanding. Our free float's actually a little bit less than that. So the number that I just read off to you, the 198,382,446 is outstanding. That's not free float. I think the free float's just a little bit less than that. It's not much. It's maybe a million less. Jay says, Casey, if Adam Merritt had any confidence, price would be going up for this stock. Why would he have sold so low? This makes me think even he doesn't believe that the stock is he does not believe the stock is way undervalued. Like, I mean, first off, you're not even saying what you're trying to say right. Because you're I'm not sure why you're speaking the way that you're speaking there, but I don't believe that to be the case. And if he has to, in order for him to sell shares, in order to raise capital to be able to show that they can avoid any kind of bankruptcy whatsoever, he's got to sell them at whatever price he's got to sell them at. So, yeah, I don't agree at all with what you're saying there. He has to make a case that the company is not the company is not at risk of bankruptcy. Otherwise, the market's just going to continue to push the price down. And he's not going to be able to make that case until he has the capital raise that he needs to raise in order to prove that point.
That was very eloquently put, Casey.
Thank you. Javi, welcome. Mike, that's assuming that they close the bonds. I still haven't verified that yet. The other part to this is that, you know, if he believes that price is going to run with shares, so a lot of people are suggesting that because shares were sold into the marketplace, that's what caused some of the run up in price from the past. And if he's holding on to a massive chunk of shares still, because remember he's got in total, I don't have the page open right now, but in total he had. Give me 1 second while I pull up the numbers. In total, it's like 350. Is it 350 or 250? Give me 1 second. I got to pull up the numbers here. In total, he had 390 million shares, 334,423 shares left for dilution. So subtract the 40 million off of that from the 40 that they just sold, and we're looking at 350,334,423 shares. If he sells 40 million shares now and he expects the price to run up as a result of selling those shares into the marketplace to create volatility and eventual price action moving upwards, and he were able to sell it, say, for example, a much higher price, some more shares, he could issue another 40 million shares again at a much higher price this next time. So, you know, use whatever number you want to in there, and instead of the $8.14 or 13 cents that he got this time around, just change that value to whatever you want to further on down the road. Thick, good morning to you. Good after. Well, I guess it's afternoon now. Repo. Reverse repo for today is 1.492 trillion with 97 counterparties. Previously, it was 1.546 with 95 counterparties. We've actually been seeing. We haven't actually kind of talked about this for a while at all, Thick, and it's something that I was looking at. I think it was this last weekend. Let me pull this up here real quick, just to kind of show you guys. Reverse repo has been going down pretty massively. Come on, give me the page. There it is. If we go back a little bit in time here, some of the largest amounts of reverse repo numbers that we had were probably back in September of 2022, where we were seeing very consistently a reverse repo of 2.4 trillion. And now reverse repo is sitting around 1.4 trillion. So we're about $1 trillion less in the reverse repo than we were a year ago now. The question is where, if it's managing to come out of the reverse repo, where is it going? You know, how are they able to settle these positions overnight? Is there another way for them to be able to settle positions and kind of clear them from the books? And the answer is yes, and that's the BTFP. So if you're wondering why we've been seeing this going down, and perhaps I think one of the good explanations for it would be that BTFP program. It's like, I might as well just say BTF program because the P stands for program. But the BTF program is essentially a way for some of these banks to be able to trade in collateral to perhaps maybe bring closure to some of the balance, or basically to balance some of the books that they've had for so long, up over 2 trillion on a daily basis. But that program was only going to last for a year. So they're still not going to be able to hide it. It's P as in program. tell you what, I will give you a link to it. Anytime I ever have questions, what I do is I Google it, the Bank Term Funding Program, and let me give you a link for you to go read up on it. It's a pretty interesting read. We talked about it a long time ago. It's a little bit, it's not great for us because it just basically is a bailout for the banks temporarily. Basically, when we first started seeing some of the very first, like Silvergate, I think when FRC and Silvergate went down, and they knew that they were having systemic problems, they created this program to be able to give banks the ability to have access to liquidity, to keep more banks from not being able to, basically go under. Viva Che 83 says they have no problem using our money to bail out the banks and Wall Street. Why can't they protect our investments from predatory sellers like the SEC did for these struggling banks? So the Fed bailed out the struggling banks, and so part of the thing is that I think in a roundabout way, HR is like the SEC, and I'm trying to like make this make sense for anybody who, in the retail world, a lot of you guys who work jobs, you'll understand perhaps maybe what I mean by this. HR is the governing body of a company, and HR goes in there and makes sure that the rules are being followed by both the employees and everybody who's inside the company, and also the company is following the rules that they're supposed to ultimately follow. But ultimately, HR is not there for the people. HR is there to save the company. Even though it's called human resources, it doesn't mean that they're there for the people. They're there for the company to save the company's ass. And so in terms of the SEC, they are a governing body that does keep the market in line and is supposed to make sure that the market's meeting expectations on not violating rules and regulations that are in existence. But unfortunately, HR doesn't always see everything and is willing to let the market take care of itself in some aspects. So if in regards to what it is that you're talking about, we're the people working in the company, and HR cares more about the company than it does the people. So you want to answer your question, that's why.
I like that example, but that is actually a pretty good analogy.
Well, I mean, HR doesn't exist if the company dies, right? They have no more job left to manage. So who are they going to protect? The people or the institutions that are causing the market to run? That's their that's where their money comes from, is all coming from the markets just, being in existence in the first place. So, yeah. Seymour says, "Hey Casey, I got banned earlier for no good reason. I wasn't making fun of anyone." Seymour, I don't know what your name is, but send me a DM, and we can talk about it and see what happened.
So you ready for a little story?
Go for it. Let's hear the story, man. Is this attendees? Is this attendees?
Yeah,
it is.
Attendees.
Dude, let's hear the story, man. What the hell happened?
So I'm driving this morning and just noticed this car parked in the funny place. It was an entrance to this nice neighborhood, and these two guys are and they are staring at each other, and it's an aggressive stance, and I can just feel it. I was like, that doesn't look right. So I whipped a U-turn and came back by, and they were locked in a tussle, and I was like, shit. And I don't know, I guess I'm too caring of a person, so I whipped around again, and this time dude was on top of a guy and was just wailing on his head. And I'm fine with fights, I'm fine with people fighting, but when someone's down, they kind of like head stomping shit like that just gets me going. So I run up onto him like I'm going to run over him, laying on my horn, and we probably stop just a foot before I hit their heads, and verbally got one off the other. I wasn't going to pull because then I noticed blood everywhere. Got the one off, top one off, and he's covered in blood. Other one gets up, and that's when I noticed that he's got a knife in his hand. And so, I carry a gun everywhere. I have my hand on my gun. I'm not pulling it out, brandishing it at this point, because it's just a whole nother level of dealing with law enforcement after that. And know that the guy who's bleeding needs some serious help fast. Blood's like it's like the dude on the bicycle in European Vacation, just squirting everywhere. And so the guy with the knife, he finally listened to my instructions, and I needed to get him out of the scene so I could deal with the other guy. He finally listened, took off. So then I was able to get the other guy pressure. Apparently, the knife went through his arm, and so he had puncture wounds on both sides. And I stuck a roll of paper towel in his armpit, made him cinch his arm down, and then got another towel, started to hold on the outside. And dude's like full of blood. He's finally got him to sit down, and I got on the phone with the police. And I live like a mile from here, and I can go sit on my porch and hear cops all night long. They're all over the place. It took them forever to get there. I was literally cussing out. I kind of feel bad for the 911 operator. I was letting her have it for the time it takes to get there, and how many cops I know are always around this area. So finally all the cops come, and I spent most of the morning just standing there. Luckily, some neighbors of the place came out and gave me some mom came out and gave me some snacks and a drink. I was about to starve. Unfortunately, it seems like the guy, they knew each other, and that it was like a personal thing. And so now that I don't think the guy's even going to not going to press charges, but apparently the police are going to probably use my eyewitness to bring charges on their own, instead of it having to be charges brought by that person. But needless to say, that guy was I did, if I hadn't pulled over, I think that guy would have bled out right there on the road, because it was a left arm artery, and it was pumping blood. So that was it. I still got blood on my car, and on my door, like on the interior of my car, where the guy walked up, and telling me he was stabbed, and I was like, obviously I see that. Please back away from me. You
got blood on you though, right?
Yeah, not really. It was. I'm surprised I didn't, but it was on my car, and I don't really know how I didn't get it on my hands, to be honest. I was very aware of it. I was bridging the line between, he's going to bleed to death and do I want some disease. Did
anybody recommend to you that you maybe should go get tested or something?
Well, no, no, I don't know, no one at all. But
nobody's sick.
The cops gave me some kind of wipe that apparently kills anything and everything. So I wiped off the blood in my car, but I don't know. It's a very porous interior, so I think it just sucked some stuff up. But yeah, that didn't get checked. But I didn't get it. I don't think I really got any on me. I'm just very, very close. But that was fun. Never seen a guy get stabbed before. It reminded me of the Harry guy this morning. I needed.
Oh, I'm glad you're safe.
It hit me, and I hired a combat medic this morning to drive for me. I called him on the way home. I was like, after my morning, it reminded me of your resume, and I remember seeing combat medic on there, and so I called him and gave him a job.
Anyway. That's a crazy story, dude. That's a really crazy story. Whoa. What a morning for you, huh? Get a little adrenaline rush. Did you start coming down yet?
A while.
Yeah.
It took me a while. But yeah, I came down, got some coffee, got some food, and got a little bit done at work.
Seymour, real quick, I just want to reach out to you real fast and just let you know that right now I don't have any access into seeing who's blocked and who's not blocked. For whatever reason, when I'm going into my live stream right now to check that information, it's not showing anything. So I don't know what happened. I'm not sure why you got blocked or why you didn't get blocked, but you are back in here right now, and I'm sorry your feelings were hurt, but do note that there are accidents that sometimes occur when people are getting, blocked and stuff. That, text does tend to move fast. Sometimes people put phones in their pockets. There's all kinds of various reasons. But you're back here now and under Seymour, and I'll look later when I can to see if your account was on that list. Right now, when I'm pulling it up, I get absolutely nothing, and I'm not sure why that's the case, but I may have to do some problem solving on my side of it. Dude, that is one hell of a morning, though. And and props to you, by the way, for not reaching for the firearm first. When the police did show up, did you tell them that you were armed, or how did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't feel the need. I got on a guy in my driveway one time years ago, and the first thing the cops said when they got there was, "Why didn't you shoot him?" I was like, "Well, today wasn't the day that I wanted to kill somebody." But, so I don't think they'd have really cared.
Yeah. Tony Barber says, "What's that?"
They were in my wife's car when I walked out at 4:30 in the morning. That's why I pulled a gun on them.
They were trying to steal it?
Yeah, I guess so. Something. Something not legal.
Shimmer says, Casey and fellow apes, I posted a screenshot regarding bonds in our Discord under breaking news. Thank you, Shimmer. I appreciate that. And my apologies to you. I hope you saw the title for the day today. Shimmer was right and I was wrong. Dilution started on the 6th. I just wanted to let you know. And then it says here, AMC debt as of 6/30/2023. AMC Entertainment has 7 different individual bonds that are outstanding. That are still on the books, that they pay interest to the bondholders on a bi-yearly basis. The information is from their income statement from last quarter. I don't know if they have paid any of these bonds off yet or plan on doing so with the money that they got from the dilution. Shimmer. So he shows the different first, second lien and debt subordinated debt numbers in the breakdown from the last quarterly report. Yeah, they hopefully you saw on just above your post, Shimmer. Hopefully you saw the post in there where somebody posted up the picture. They showed two different bonds that were not showing bids. And so I think the assumption was that those got closed out. We had Bigham's in here earlier, who was going to take a look into it, and he stated that the bonds had not been closed. So we'll find out here. Sammy says, "How's your mom? Casey, hope she feels better now." I think she's doing better. She's on the mend. And then Tony Barber says I forgot to read what Tony was saying earlier. He said, anyone complaining about selling 40 million shares at $8.14 doesn't understand that they already priced in at $7.99 a share based on the full 390 million dilution. Casey showed this. 8.14 is greater than $7.99. It's a win. And then and that's kind of the statement that I was making is I felt like a lot of the long institutions were selling off their positions and essentially dropping the price down to where they felt they were going to see the total valuation of shares that are going to be diluted into the marketplace where it would bring price down to, and that's why we were seeing kind of like a $7.99 to target in. Because when you start adding in the full amount of dilution, it all starts to make a little bit of sense that why they brought price down to some of the numbers that they did bring it down to. Boss Blunts is saying they have been closed too now. Well, I guess maybe we'll see a filing here soon. That'd be kind of cool if that is the case. We've got about 5 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers again. Man, attendees, I'm just sitting here like trying to place myself in your shoes, and I'm going like, that's one hell of a story. You said you got them off of each other verbally. What the hell did you say to those guys to get them off each other? without pulling them apart? What in the world did you say to them to get them off?
I mean, I can't even remember, but it was nonstop cuss words. Well, and I about ran over him intentionally. So I laid on the horn, and while probably a foot from where they were laying on the ground wrestling, and started yelling, get the fuck up, get the fuck off each other, and because I didn't know who was who, but I'm not going to sit there and and watch some kind of American History X stomping thing. And then only when I saw who had the knife and who was bleeding profusely did I slightly pick sides, but I was only picking sides to get him away so that I could stop the bleeding on the other guy.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's absolutely nuts. Shimmer says, I looked at the picture you talked about, and all that is a picture of an offering screen on AMC bonds from a Bloomberg machine showing that there was no bonds available for sale at that time. That's what I was seeing too. It just looks like there's just no bids occurring, and that's all. It doesn't look like it's delisted or taken off. It just shows no bids available. So I don't know if that's necessary. So I'm kind of with you on that one, Shimmer. That picture for me didn't tell me that the bond was closed out at all. John Vincent says, why the timeout, Casey? I didn't time anybody out. I think we're having a little bit of problems on YouTube right now. I didn't time anybody out. And right now when I go into YouTube to see if there's a list of people who are being timed or not timed out, but banned from altogether from the channel, I don't have any lists showing available, which means that YouTube's probably having some problems right now. Bear with it.
Why are you gay?
Ariel saying that was his error. So maybe Ariel had his phone in his pocket or something. Who knows? Shimmer says the fact that there was no offering available does not mean that they bought bonds. There are many dealers that are offering the bonds to the public. If you guys got a problem with the moderators, take it up with them. Ask them what's the deal. Figure out why they're. I mean, that's what I would do if I was a normal, average, everyday person. I came onto a stream and I wanted to make comments, and then somebody kept timing it out. I'd ask them. I'd be like, "Hey, what am I doing wrong here? What's the deal?" You know, have a conversation with somebody. It works. Find out, because I'll tell you what. I bring in moderators who are just average everyday people that I don't know personally, and I expect that they're going to moderate the channel as they see fit, and I stand behind what it is, and I know they've been around for a part of the community for a long time. So if somebody's timing you out or doing stuff to you, then ask them a question. They're real people that you can ask questions to. And I'm sure they'll have a response to what it is that you have to say. Ariel says, I am less than average. Well, we're all people equal here, so we're just going to say we're all average and call it good. I'm a real boy. Yeah, but have a conversation. It's I expect them to be pretty reasonable in discussing with you what's going on. You know what, attendees?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for being a good human being and stepping into that and helping people out to resolve. I mean, I know you didn't really resolve their issue, but getting them help and just being like a good citizen, man. I appreciate that.
No, not a promise. That's something I got, I pride myself on, and I wish more and more. We wouldn't need well, I don't know about half, but whatever. We wouldn't need a lot of the things in society if people took care of each other more, and instead of sitting back and filming it on their phones. I could have easily filmed it on my phone and been gone viral right now, but just stupid shit.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. It's time to take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me move a couple screens around, and we'll get right into this. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what are we at, 1 o'clock? 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now on off exchange, we got 51.51% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.35. The combined total on that 61.86%, or about 2.14% less than I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 515,000 shares going through that exchange. That could be a little bit of the reason why we're seeing a little bit lower volume amounts going through off exchange and EDGX. Why isn't this page loading? Give me 1 second. All right. Moving on to Ortex. As of earlier, we had 2.65 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That is showing up as 2.75 million shares having been borrowed for the day, so a little bit of an increase there in the last hour. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise again to 17.01%. And then we've got cost per minute 3.54, average is 6.44, and max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 28.62 million shares. It's about 1.65 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated about 831 million of, or thousand, sorry, not million, thousand of that was in closed short interest day over day. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $8.50 strike, with 36.4 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day. It's now 38,000 contracts. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at an $8 strike. An hour ago it was 20.6 thousand contracts. Now it's 21.3. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, let's see where we're at here. Looks like we're still in the top 10 most heavily traded stocks based off of orders, with a 67.7% buy to 32.3% sell ratio. GME fell off this list about an hour or two ago and has not found its way back on, but it had a good buy-sell ratio when it was on the list earlier. I don't suspect that that's changed at all. SSR today would have tripped at $7.42. We have 750,000 shares available to borrow, which has not changed for a couple hours. And we've seen, based on this reporting here, about 1 million shares borrowed. Fees at 4.2%. NASDAQ is up 0.8%. Dow Jones is up 0.92%. S&P 500 is up 0.79%. We have 4,393 advancers to 1,746 decliners. The market is more advancing than it is declining, but less advancing than it was an hour ago by a marginal amount. But still cooking with bacon grease because it's looking hot and tasty in this market right now. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to count ones that are plus or minus 2.75% or greater, although I will read some of the ones that are really close, like PacWest, which is up 2.67%. Bank of California is up 2.89%. Coinbase is up 4.28%. Goldman Sachs is up 2.67%. Ethereum Classic is up 1.14 and rising. DXY is up 0.61 and rising. Oil is up 2.21 and declining or falling, a falling trend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.19 to 0.2 and trending down. SPY is up 0.82 and trending down. VIX is up down 3.26 and trending down. VBR is up 1.28. There's all kinds of crazy backward stuff going on in this market today. VBR is up 1.28% and trending down. VB is up 1.11, trending down. Tesla is up 1.53 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.3 and trending down. Overall, it's looking like it's starting to... Yeah, it's trending down. Cinemark is down 0.51, consolidating. Doge is up 1.47, trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.68 and trending up. GME is up 2.89 and consolidating. HYMC is up 5.25 and starting a little bit of a downtrend after having consolidated for much of the day today, other than the first portion of the day where it came up, and now it's just kind of consolidating out the rest of the day, it looks like. NCMI is down 0.85 and trending down, followed by a little bit of current consolidation, but it hasn't really broken to the top side just yet. Hood is down 1.32 and consolidating. AMC is down 2.04 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately 58.8 million shares in, or $1 million inflow versus 55.06 outflow. So we're looking at about $3.8 million more inflow than outflow. 37.58 million shares traded so far. After, let's see here, 267 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 54.89 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is way lower than what I anticipated. I said 80 to 130 million shares. I've been way off my game on volume prediction over the last week. It is just all over the place, and it's really difficult to determine where price is going to be moving to based off of what I'm seeing in pre-market volume. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.47, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying. Nope, I take that back. There's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.79, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.61, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.03, which is signaling oversold. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp before I go to break. Thank you very much. Darren says, Tendies plus Celox A hemostatic granules is great for both gunshot wounds and knife wounds and can stop bleeding in 60 seconds and cost $20. Or tampon. Tampon might work too. Who knows? What do you have available to you? Probably not nearly as good as Celox A hemostatic, but certainly cheaper. Tone says Band of Brothers is a good series. They go to Normandy. The second episode, Stephen Ambrose documented and wrote a book of his many interviews of Easy Company. I watched a little bit of Band of Brothers. It was all right, but I mean, I couldn't get into it. Petrifier, good afternoon. Maybe Petrifier has a maybe has a first aid piece of advice for the day today. Hunter Biden indicted by grand jury on gun charges. Really? Hemostatic gauze. $4 Million Gorilla says, let me just stick this tampon in your knife wound. Doesn't sound fun. I mean, I probably wouldn't go about doing something like that, but probably would maybe. I mean, it depends on the amount of the amount of bleeding that's going on. I probably and whether or not I thought there was going to be quick response time for medical aid. If it was bleeding that profusely, I would probably just tie him off above the wound.
Among other things, cobwebs work very well as a coagulant.
Cobweb? You gotta find a lot of cobwebs, I would imagine. But yeah, once you stop the bleeding, you could probably pack the wound or do something like that until somebody gets there.
Real
rugged. Are you making sounds?
I'm always making sounds, but I was letting you know that there's certain spider web stuff that'll work just as good as or better than Kevlar. So it's kind of not for the arachnophobia type like myself, probably not ideal to be in that line of work, but apparently it's very strong.
Worst case scenario, you can just pack topsoil in it.
Always a good, yeah. That's a good.
I'm not
that's a good
joking.
one.
If that's all you have to stop the bleeding, you worry about the infection later. But you won't have to worry about an infection if you bleed out from an arterial wound. So number one thing is stop the hose, stop the fire hose of blood. And if all you have is a handful of moss or topsoil, anything to stop a guy from draining out.
Yep. No, I'm thinking a little less battleground and more like I got an ambulance right around the corner coming kind of thing.
You're coming at it more from like a shaving, nicking your chin when you shave, kind of that thing.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Petra says the immediate life threat. That's right. What's that?
I was just saying, my brother-in-law does a lot with blitz and coagulation, and he's worked at startups that actually do like that type of stuff, like the other person on the chat mentioned. There's the stuff you can almost like a powder, like when you're out in the military out in the field, you just kind of pour it on it, and it just works wonders.
That the septic powder?
I think there's a couple of different variants of this stuff, but it just kind of acts as it almost like, I think, turns into almost like a liquid bandage or something. That I don't know. Yeah, that was quite the story. Speaking of patching up wounds, how are we looking here? Let's see.
Well, we found a bottom at 805, but I mean, it's not. That may only be a temporary bottom, only because of the fact that that's not like a typical stopping point. Once you have like a new high, so the new high that we have for the day that we put in earlier this morning would have been $9.31. So based off of that 9.31, a synthetic price failure of 19.5% would be around 7.50. Ironically, a 20% failure would be $7.44, and which happens to be only 2 cents higher than SSR trigger price for the day today, which I think is very, very odd. But we didn't hit that, at least not yet, and but it's always a possibility. Whenever you see these huge quantities of volume that are going through, I mean, you got to realize that 37.91 million shares traded in a single day on a stock that only has 150. Well, now we have 198 million shares. It's still a huge quantity of shares being traded.
Oh yeah, it is. I'm a big Bollinger Band fan, and I also like John Mountain channels, and like a lot of horn-shaped channels and whatnot. And I guess what I'm looking at right here is setting up nice to find some good support, in my opinion. So, no knives here.
So we all know that when Casey shaves his beard, he will have tampons all over his face. I haven't even thought about like what shaving's gonna feel like again. I feel like I forgot how to shave. I don't even know what that's gonna be like.
Normally,
I do.
Very sensitive.
Yeah.
Me too.
Very sensitive skin.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I can't. There's no such thing as shaving upwards on the bottom side of my neck. That doesn't ever happen.
Yeah, forget it.
Yeah, that's way too close.
Yeah,
I've seen some guys like just break out a razor and just like shave any which way they want to, and I go like, I could never pull that off.
Well, I was telling the guys the night, about a story my dad was saying about sharing razors in the military and how gross that is. And hopefully that, like Pirate said, hopefully that it was a fibber. But they have loosened up the sort of the rules a little bit in the military for those that are prone to that. So sort of a random fact. I'm not even sure why I'm talking about that, but
Air Force Regulation 35-10. For any of you care to look it up, there you go.
Oh my goodness, I love that. I love the voice. I just love Pirates. Like it just feels like we have a military man right here all the time. I love it.
You ever see a
should get it done by a
supervisor walk up to a guy and say, "You're out of 35-10"? That's what he's referring to. He's referring to the regulation 35-10 in the regulation book about. Usually, it's about a haircut.
Sam says they've loosened up a lot in the military recently. I don't know what that means. I didn't say it, and I didn't play the music. So. Ooh, we had a guy in the military who got herpes outbreak on his face after sharing a razor. That's messed up. I was thinking about that plague because we went to Florida not too long ago and got a little bit of sun while we were down there, and I was thinking about that. I was like, when I do shave off this beard, there's a very strong chance that I'm gonna look like I went skiing recently. Instead of around my eyes, it'll be around my face, and that should be pretty interesting.
If I were in your position, I'm not, but if I was, I would just trim it down to like using your trimmer. But you go full on shave, man, that's gonna be rough. I would think that this group would be kind enough to not make you go like down to the razor level, at least let you trim down to like stubble or something. But
I
it's your
think
call.
if I can get somebody to go with me, I'll probably go get it done professionally. But the thing is it would be kind of fun, and not for anything else other than to just keep for my son to save it somehow in like the shape of the beard itself, if that's even possible. I don't know how I would do that though.
Okay.
I have no idea how I would do that.
Save the hairs too.
I mean, no. I mean, but in the shape of the beard, that it's like, can you? Is it possible to shave and still save the beard the way it looks?
No, I tried it one time. KC, and the closest you can come is to put a rubber band in it. Get as much of it in a rubber band as you can, and then cut above the rubber band like you would cut a ponytail off of a girl, and then you could have that for your keepsake drawer if it really, like Lou Albano did in the Cyndi Lauper videos back in the day for the old timers. But yeah, that's you can't. One of the biggest problems is you can't get it all to come off at the same time, even with clippers. That's usually how I knock mine down after 2 or 3 years. I just take a set of wall clippers, take the guard off of them, and just hold it against the skin, and just start from the top of the cheekbone down, and it comes off like shearing a lamb or shearing a wool off of a sheep. And then when you're done, you just have to lather up and shave with a razor blade.
I'm thinking, what if they have this stuff for tattoos now where it's like a clear cellophane that sticks to the skin, like an adhesive tape almost. And I'm wondering if I could put that over the beard and get as much of the beard hair to stick to it, and then shave underneath so that it comes off onto the sticky portion of the sheet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, but I think it would stick to it like fly paper or something. It really, I don't know.
The most you're going to end up with is a giant wad of hair stuck to tape. I mean, you can take a shoe box or an old cigar box and just shave it, and you just have it look like a bird's nest full of gray cotton.
That's what I should do. Is I should go put the hair out in a tree somewhere and let the birds make a nest out of it. and then after they've made the nest, I can take the nest and keep the nest. That sounds so silly.
If you could get like, I know they have molds that you can make of like genitalia and stuff, but you could maybe find something that would be like something that would be enough to like capture sort of like the dimensions of it, and then just put all the clippings in it, almost like a bucket or something, and then just make like a statue of your head.
If you really want to avail yourself of the opportunity, what I'd like to do, and I did it one other time, is have some fun with it. Buy yourself a set of wall clippers from Walmart, take the guard off of it, and then take pictures of yourself at different phases, because it takes so long to grow a beard that long. So what you can do is, what I used to do is I would start out and just shave like my sideburns down, and I would do the goatee and the long beard, and then perhaps do the center under your mouth open, and then have the long handlebar mustache that comes down. And then each time you have less and less hair to work with, and you can get about 10 different photographs of yourself that look like 10 completely different men. And I've done that a couple of times, and it's kind of fun. And
let me guess, the second to last image that you take is like a Hitler image. Is that the second to last one? and then you shave it all off.
For me, usually the last one for me was like the what they call it, a foo patch or whatever, just the last little chin hair underneath your lip. I would leave that last little bit there, no mustache or no nothing. And yeah, I didn't go the Hitler route.
What's up, guys? Hey,
but you'd be really surprised at how different 5 different photographs can look of the same face, taking just minutes apart through the different processes of shaving. It's really funny.
We've got another tweet by Adam Aaron. Thanks to who posted it up here. Boomstick posted it. We got another tweet here from Adam Aaron. It's a pretty long one. I'll read it out to you guys here before I go to break. It says, you've sent me over 5,000 comments in response to the tweets I wrote just in the past 2 days. I try to read them all, or as many as I can. As should be expected, many are positive, many are negative. This may surprise you, but I genuinely appreciate receiving all of it, the good, but also the bad. Why? Because you own our company. It is important that I understand what you think, both the favorable and the unfavorable. At the time, it is absolutely vital that after distilling all of our feedback, I actually do and action what I think is in the best interests of all of our shareholders. Helpfully? I don't know what he says. Okay, it says, okay, helpful. I get it now. Helpfully, I'm not new at this and can draw on a vast reservoir of experience. After all, this is my 8th year leading AMC, and AMC is the 5th company I have quite successfully run since 1993. I have learned over those past 30 years that it is far easier to be an armchair quarterback from the sidelines than it is to actually have the responsibility of leading something as complex as AMC. That is especially the case in a period of time and under external circumstances that are as vexing and difficult as anyone has seen in ages, probably dating at least all the way back to the 1940s when the entire world was consumed by war. While I'm as frustrated as any of you are by the challenges that AMC still faces 42 long months after COVID forced the closure of all our theaters, that frustration is greatly outweighed by my pride that AMC is still alive and fighting, that AMC is still leading and innovating, and that AMC is imminently stronger with our new greatly increased cash reserves. How many times have the naysayers and prophets of doom predicted with certainty that AMC would fail? So far, we have proven them wrong over and over again. Wrong, wrong, wrong. In my view, AMC has an exciting future ahead as our industry continues on its long glide path to eventual recovery, and as AMC continues to take bold action to be out front. Thank you for sharing this journey with us, and keep the comments coming. They will continue to be read, and they will continue to help shape the future course of action we pursue. In the language and customs of the 18th century, a message like this one would be signed, "Your humble and obedient servant." You all have many different voices and many different opinions, so sorting through the conflicting advice you pass on for AMC is not as simple as one might hope. Even so, I feel as if I am your humble and obedient servant. But since the 18th century was a couple hundred years ago, better than this message to you today be signed off with much more modern, sincerely yours, Adam.
Nice.
It's decent.
Yeah.
It's
I feel like there's
from the heart.
Yeah, I feel like there's things to be. I'm sure there's going to be people that do this, but I'm sure there's there might be some specific clues into some of the things that we're seeing in here regarding numbers. Of course, I don't like to go down that road because it's, you got to put on like a major tinfoil hat when you do that.
Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, he always does things in threes or fours. Before you go real quick on break, I just want to let everyone know I called TD Ameritrade. They charged me the reorganization fee, and it was two.
Mhm.
They charged me twice because they said that Ape and AMC, were two different reorganization fees. So I called and said, hey, you guys are like the only broker that I have that charged me this, and I had a few people that I know that got reimbursed that are with TD. And the guy, looked it up. He goes, "Oh, we'll give you the $38 back." And I go, "Oh, yeah, but you guys charged me twice." And he goes, "Yeah, it's two different things, whatever." And I go, "I'm gonna get the whole 70 something back." And he goes, "Yeah, you'll get that back in a few days." So they did waive it for me. So I just want to let anyone that has TD know about that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries.
I got mine back as well, and I can tell you where that money went. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for my money back, and I'll put that right back where you don't want me to put it.
Ooh, wow. Yeah. See, we could do a Casey Shaw real doll. You could take the photos, and they'll make custom dolls and stuff. You really want to get you capture the whole essence,
You know what?
That would.
KC's not wrong there. KC's not wrong there, Rugged. You missed a real opportunity. You could have been a dick of the highest order. You could have just said, well, now that we've got all that done, while I got you on the phone, could you just go ahead and grab me some shares with that money and get back to me when that's done?
Nice.
I would shudder at the idea of having little Casey dolls that say stupid Casey-isms all over the place. That would
You won't be donating to any sperm banks. Mm-hmm.
Nope. Yeah, probably not. That just doesn't. I mean, I know I say some stupid, funny ass shit sometimes.
Mayonnaise dispenser.
Oh wow!
We just listed the KC Shaw mayonnaise dispenser on our merch store, man.
I know. I say, oh yeah. See, that's the thing that would drive me. 4 Million Gorilla says, "Just your laugh, Casey." That would be I would. Oh my gosh, if that ever popped up, I would probably just go insane. Having to hear myself laugh, it's so painful.
Okay. I got a real life example we could actually make besides the real doll. What if we just do a KC bobblehead? I think that would be pretty easy to produce.
Yeah, with the hat, you got the KC red hat with the beard.
Yep.
That'd be awesome.
In his hand is a little Bob Ross bobblehead.
Okay.
You don't even understand. Like,
I'll sign off. I'll sign.
It's
this. I'll sign off on this prototype with the caveat that it has to at least, the little pre-programmed recorded sayings. At least one of them has to says, "I love me some mayo."
You don't know how much of a struggle it is for me just to have to hear myself singing in every single morning, like 3 times a day. Like you probably think I like hearing myself play that. I really don't. Like I just want to. I don't like it. It's really. I almost take the headset off sometimes when I'm hearing it because I just sit there and I go like, oh, I critique myself so poorly, and yeah, it's painful.
Perfect.
Oh man. All right, I'm going to break.
Sound like a little.
Yeah. No, turn it off. Turn it off. Oh. It's so loud. Turn it off. Oh, that's terrible.
It has just the faintest. It has just the faintest hint of the riff from Norwegian Wood.
Wood.
Isn't it good? Norwegian Wood.
All right, I'm gonna go to break. That way we can continue to rip upwards here. So I will see you guys in a little bit. Yeah, I know. Another break. Go figure.
How dare you?
Good afternoon,
It's
guys.
a union
I'm just
time.
kidding, man. Go take your break.
Oh, that's
All right.
Hey, Trevor, real
I'll
quick. I think it was the reorganization fee on TD. Trevor was asking what did the fee show up as on TD, and yeah, I'm pretty sure what it just said reorganization. $38 each. All right, go to break.
All right. I'm going to break, guys. Let me minimize this down just a hair bit here in case price does start running up quite a bit. I don't have to come back right away. Let me put up the let me put up this right here. 2:10 p.m. I will see you guys back here, and we'll take a look at the data again and see what it's going to look like for the rest of the day here. See.
First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's take a see what we got going on for the numbers here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that that are specifically for me. And two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set up that, if you set that up and your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere around 66% when combined with EDGX. At this point in time, off exchange has 52.32% going through there, and then EDGX at 9.98. The combined total 62.3%. It's about 3.7% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 515,000 shares going through there, which is quite a bit. GME's CHX volume is at GME has 46,000 shares going through CHX, which is quite a large amount. So we're seeing some return shares on GME going on right now. That's 2.01% of their total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.11. That's a big number for them. That's a very big number. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.75 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.86 million shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float slightly to rise to 17.04%. Cost of borrow mins at 3.54, average 6.42, and max 8.6%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 28.62 million shares. That's approximately 1.65 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimating that about 831,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $8.50 strike with 38,000 contracts as of an hour ago. It's now 44.7 thousand contracts in volume for the day. On puts, at an $8 strike an hour ago, we had 21.3 thousand contracts. It's now 22.6. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see if AMC is still in the top 10 list here. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. We're still in the top 10 most heavily traded stocks with a 67.85% buy to 32.15% sell ratio. GME fell off this list earlier today, has not been able to find its way back on, but earlier when they were on the list, they did have a very good buy to sell ratio, so I'm sure it's still good. SSR would trip today at $7.42. It has not tripped at all. We've only got 750,000 shares available to borrow. And so far, according to IBKR, we saw about 1 million shares borrowed for the day. Fees are at 4.1%. NASDAQ is up 0.95, Dow Jones is up 1.08, and the SP 500 is up 0.93. We have 4,469 advancers to 1,688 decliners. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Cooking with bacon grease, looking pretty strong right now, this market. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got plus or minus 2.75% or greater of a change. We have FRC down 4%. PacWest is down up 2.86%. Western Alliance up 3.01%. First Horizon's pretty close to 2.69%. Bank of California up 3.09%. Coinbase up 4.47%. Zion's pretty close at 2.62%. Goldman Sachs is up 2.89%. And that's it. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 0.79% and still trending upwards. DXY is up 0.61 and still it's actually kind of consolidating right now. WTI is up 2.57 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.16 and trending up. SPY is up 0.94 and looks like it's trying to make a reversal off of an uptrend. VIX is down 3.86 and trending down. VBR is up 1.43 and trending up overall, but also looks like it's trying to swing the other direction, very similarly to SPY. VB is up 1.26, same thing on that one, on an uptrend, but trying to retest that trend. Tesla is up 1.87 and trending up. Amazon is up 0.53, trending up. Cinemark up or down 0.24, trending down. Doge is up 1.3, trending up. Bitcoin up 1.49 and trending up. GME is up 3.31 and trending up. HYMC is up 7% for the day-to-day and up, trending up. NCMI is down 1.49 and kind of consolidating currently. It looks like it wants to start to break down, heading downwards on a trend. Hood is down 1.27 and consolidating. AMC is down 1.15 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for AMC, we have approximately $3.9 million. No, sorry, take that back. Less than that. $3.8 million more inflow than outflow. 41.42 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 391 or 51 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for about 46 million shares traded by the end of the day. I was way off on volume prediction. I said somewhere between 80 to 130 million. Well off again. As volume's all over the place. It's crazy right now. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.94, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying, or no, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.21, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.34, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.36, which is below average. And with that, this is the power hour. We typically tend to start seeing a lot of activity towards the last half hour of the day. It should be the full hour, but as of right now, we're just kind of very moseying our way out of the day here sideways. Let me head back to the back of the big tramp.
Motherfuckers got to quit shitting on your employees and do better. And he would force them to come together.
He would, yeah.
KC. Leadership. KC.
Howdy.
Happy birthday. We were just having a
not my birthday. Who's not paying their employees? Just kidding. I don't want to know.
He-Man birthday cake.
Well, are we going to get the grand synopsis of today, or are we just going to say bullish? We can go.
I mean, what a day. What were we up? Like 9, almost 10% at some point, and then falling back down and closing out perhaps maybe lower than where we started.
Yeah, I saw 9.
Pretty crazy day today.
Like 940 in pre-market. I was like, wow. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
I just hope people
like I
understand
said.
Well, on the bright side, Hunter Biden got indicted today.
Yeah, for nothing. He'll get they'll slide him off of that one.
Anytime we have like large quantities of volume that look like they're going to trade through the market, We typically see this where they just they smash down price and then they just lock it out sideways for the day and then try to basically quell any kind of running price movement. Noticing that they're going to basically close what looks like they're going to close out the price exactly where the shares were sold at the price that the shares were sold at.
A lot of reports about the bond that was holding back dividends have come through.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, we don't. I was discussing it with somebody else, and I don't want to say any names without them having
Yucca with Yucca
an equal part. Yucca? No, but I was discussing it, and I really don't think. I mean, here I am sitting here telling you that at least this time I agree with Shimmer. Shimmer doesn't think that they closed out any, and then the other person that I was talking to doesn't think that that they closed anything out. It was mentioned to me that the secured notes, in reference to the second lien subordinate notes that were due in 2026, were in total of $1.148 billion. So raising $359 million in capital wouldn't be enough to pay off that $1.148 billion. And not only would it not be enough to pay off that $1.148 billion, if they were able to negotiate a payoff for that, they would be paying it off at a third of the price of what they owed, which is insane.
Yeah, it'd be good. I've seen some math that the exact amount that was raised equaled that bond. So that was kind of curious, and that might have been a way to kill it. To pay off that bond, not kill it. You know what I mean?
Ooh, we have a new victim. Prybar. Prybar says 80 to 130 million volume prediction. Wow, you really went on a limb, limiting yourself to a 50 million range. Prybar, you're only allowed to discredit if you're willing to put up. So put up or shut up. So if you're going to show up every morning and do a volume prediction every single day, and we'll see what your volume prediction looks like versus mine, then go right on ahead. Yep, cool. I'll see you every morning before in the pre-market, so you can let me know what your volume prediction is, and we'll see how you do. No, I'm not going to ban. He can. Yeah, he can come in here and put out his volume predictions every single day, and we'll see how well he does.
He's had like 3 names today already.
Exactly. No, Casey's exactly right. We need to follow his example. Put up or shut up. Don't point fingers at others and say they're doing a very poor job. Set the example for us. By all means, we would love to have someone come in who can be more accurate and take the lead, and we will follow in behind him, and he can lead the charge. I look forward to see it.
I'll get behind.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Bring
man.
on,
Give the
bring
guy
it
a
on.
chance.
Sure will.
Bring it on. If you don't show though, if you're a no-show and you don't put in the work, then I'm just gonna cancel your ass real quick. I mean, it'll just be real fast, swift and painful. So you can come in here and mock all you want to, but if you're not willing to make the predictions yourself, then you have no right to talk. Right, yes, my price prediction was off as well. My price prediction was off today. It was well off. In fact, I'm not even going to get a point today, as a matter of fact. I had 848 to 1148, so you're not wrong on that one. And actually, Apex has 813 to 1113, and if his close is much lower than where it's at right now, he might not even get a point either. But we do have Eric. He said 775 to 1075. So I'll tell you what, I'll put you down for price predictions too.
Oh yeah, man. We can get better. We want to do better. We want to improve. We can do better every day.
I agree.
You do far too much anyhow, Casey. The more we can delegate, all our supporters, if everyone could pitch in, like Tom S. and Yucca picked up some guitar work to help take some pressure off of you, and you got Shimmers helping out with bond information. Everybody should be. It's a group effort. Let everybody row the boat. You shouldn't have to row the boat while everybody else rides, and let everyone pick a task and lend a hand, and we can all work together as a cooperative unit.
Yeah, it's great. That's awesome, man. I would love if somebody could come in and make do price predictions on a daily basis and volume predictions that are better than what I can do. I can stop doing them and I can focus on other stuff. That'd be awesome. That would be fun.
Like these.
These nuts.
Just as a side note, Casey's he takes the high ground. He's too nice to say it, but just as a side note, as a matter of basic decorum, and everyone's quick to throw around the whole respect bullshit. Maybe if you want to participate in it, just ask or volunteer. There's no need to attack someone else and disparage their attempts at the work. That's just poor character in my taste. So in the future, maybe consider being a little more diplomatic and just say, hey, I'd like to have a go at this because I think I can do better. You might find that works a little bit better than just being a complete dick about it.
Well, you got to realize this is his third iteration of the day. He was first, he was dick handler. Then he was man growth hormone.
Sounds like he drinks Bud
I can't
Light.
believe he went through.
And now
they went through 3 different name changes, huh? Dry bar. It's Pry Bar. Sandbar.
He's winning hearts and minds. Winning the hearts and minds of the folk.
No, that's good. No, we'll get more people coming in guessing price prediction. That'll be great. I love it. It's awesome. Let's see. We're at $8.11. Yes, sir.
Real quick, I'm on the phone with Fidelity, and they're giving me the whole runaround. And G was mentioning that the shares that you bought the last day didn't settle in time. That whole crap.
Mm-hmm.
What would you tell them to kind of just say that the
only thing you can do is tell them to refer to the 8K filing that AMC put out on the. Hold on a second here. Give me just a second while I go back and look.
I have it up. It was on the 11th.
Okay, yeah. Refer to them. Are you sure it's the 11th one? Hold on a second. Let me just pull it up real quick here and make sure that's the right one. Because I want to say it was earlier than that even. Give me 1 second. I'm looking.
¿Dónde está el fu?
El fu está aquí.
I think it's going to be the.
August 14th, maybe. August 14th,
14th.
Let's see, reporting date 8/11.
No, it should have been after because they actually refiled another 8K. It might have been September 6th one. Hold on, I'm looking. There was another one where they specifically, here we go. This is it. That's the one you want. You want the 8K from September 6th. And it's entitled Pursuant to Section 13 or 15D of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. And the commission file number is 001-33892. So now they're going to tell you, what they're going to do is they're going to tell you that your shares didn't settle before close of that day. And what you're going to end up having to do is you're going to have to file a complaint with the SEC, or what you might want to do is ask to put in a complaint with the compliance officer.
Okay.
Just tell them you'd like to file a complaint with the compliance officer, and then after that you'll be filing a complaint with the SEC. And if they won't give you to a compliance officer, then file a complaint with the SEC.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And stop drinking.
Yeah, stop drinking Bud Light.
Because when you buy it, like you're buying it, at that moment, right? Like, isn't
So
that BS
somebody
takes 2 days to.
Those shares are supposed to have piggyback shares that follow them wherever they go, right? So whoever decided to sell on the 24th shouldn't be entitled to a dividend, right? Because I guarantee you that anybody who sold on the 24th did not get a dividend. I guarantee it. So those shares have to go someplace, right? Those dividend shares are supposed to follow the paper trail of the documented reported owner on that date. And if that reported owner is no longer the same person from the 24th as the person who's receiving those, then those shares should be following that same paper trail. So I guarantee you nobody on the 24th who owned whatever shares that you picked up on the 24th are not that the previous owner didn't receive the dividend, I promise.
Yeah.
So you should be the recipient
Okay.
for those shares.
Thank you.
A lot of this is going to be this is all going to the excuses that they're going to give you is that your shares didn't settle by that time, right? And you should say, okay, if they didn't settle by that time, then whoever sold the shares, did they receive the dividend? And their response is, I don't know what they're going to tell you if you ask that question. But if you ask them that question, they'll probably try and tell you that they did receive the dividend. They'll be like, no. It very clearly states that if you sold before the end of the 24th of closing, that you do not receive the dividend. So you can pretty much call them a straight up liar without saying, hey, you're a liar. But you can say, no, it's very clear in the paperwork that if you sold by the 24th, that you don't any longer have ownership of a dividend. So who gets it? Who gets the dividend if it's in transfer between ownerships of one person to another? That's the question you should be asking them, and then they'll be like, well,
Yeah.
And the answer is the owner who purchased it.
Exactly. Okay.
Exactly.
Bastards.
They probably know you sold shares and bought Bud Light. That's why they're like, what the hell? We don't respect this guy.
Oh no. I'm on the phone with Fidelity, and my wife's calling me, and I can't pick up for her. I'm in too deep right now. I can't pick up for her. Yeah, she got me up to no good.
Priorities.
The unfortunate thing is you're probably going to have to fight this.
I'm probably
you're gonna have to probably fight this in tooth and nail to get these. So it's going to be a little bit of a process.
I'm fighting for my one share.
Tell them, you know what? Tell them, hey, I'm gonna have to fight tooth and nail. Tell them like that. He's gonna be like, what? Yep. You might be able to scare them away by doing that.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah, tell them that.
I'm gonna start barking.
No. Be very respectful on the phone call. Like the last thing you want to do is, just be. You don't need to treat them like they're less than or anything like that. It's,
Who are you with again?
Citadel.
This is stop.
Who are you with?
Bud Light.
No, I'm just asking
No,
because
this is Fidelity. I got
Okay.
it from
their address?
Weeble and Fidelity. They both can give me the share. So I called Fidelity first. I had Manjeet, said that she's writing a letter and all this stuff. So I told her, I'm going to call them and see what happens. But they're giving me the same runaround.
Hey, Prybar, I got a question for Prybar. I got to ask Prybar a question. Prybar, how much did I miss the estimate on price prediction yesterday by? You made observations when I missed, but just out of curiosity, how much did I miss by yesterday?
No. Oh, he's on a 5-minute break.
Oh, is he on a 5-minute break? All right. When you come back, Prybar, let me know how much did I miss by on my price prediction yesterday. I'm just kind of curious if you know.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat. I repeat, the Earth is flat.
So, Danny, just tell them, hey, I have your address. I'm coming down. I want to be courteous. Speak to somebody face to face.
I'm going to tell them to look out the window. I'm the guy staring back at you.
Yeah, I'm downstairs. Open the door. Tell them.
Damn it, Danny, that was funny. I'm looking at you through the window right now. Turn around.
And if he says, excuse me, oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm talking to my neighbor. If you get a pushback.
Oh, no.
Why did Prybar change his name? Because he realized that Prybar was a name that just didn't open up any opportunities.
The guy tells me that this call should take no more than 8 to 10 minutes. I've been on the phone for 40 minutes with these people.
Tell them.
Gee whiz.
Yeah.
40 minutes.
40 minutes? You asked him if you could get your one share.
Well, no, the guy.
You're asking him for one.
Yes. It's about principle at this point, Casey.
No. I mean, you asked for one share that and they're on hold for 45 minutes. I mean, it should be a pretty easy no or yes answer. It shouldn't be that hard.
The guy gave me that excuse, and I told him, I go, can I speak to a higher up? Or is there anyone I can, do I have to write to somebody, or can I just speak to someone higher up? And he put me on hold. I've been on hold ever since. So he probably went to lunch break this guy.
They're probably shorting your call.
Yeah. Oh, no.
You can hold longer than they can stay solvent.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Citadel and Fight.
Pantheon, I did laugh on the inside. I didn't. I tried to say it, but I think the guys didn't. I don't think the guys heard it though.
Wait, I heard it. I heard you.
Oh, I wasn't reading the chat.
I don't miss.
Pantheon. Nice one.
Never miss the Pantheon comments. Danny was peeking in the window. I'm gonna laugh about that all afternoon now. Holy shit.
Tom says they're hoping he hangs up. I mean, that's pretty much that's going to be the gist of it. Is they probably will. They'll probably treat you like like trash and just hope that you go away. They don't want to have to actually resolve the problem. Unfortunately, a lot of this is probably going to have to come down to actual like written documents back and forth. Because in order for you to like actually make a complaint, you need to have like documented proof of their position that they're not going to give you the share the settlement shares.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure she won't mind me sharing it with the class, but that's what Manjeet did. She just banged out a letter to him and sent it off, and her world's not going to collapse if she doesn't get it. But she's pissed off enough that she wants to do something about it, so she just did an old-fashioned snail mail and put it out there and let the hide go with the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you gotta make pay extra money to make sure they get the letter, right? It's gonna cost you more than the shares, bastards. And you gotta wait a couple weeks. Who knows how long they back there?
I don't necessarily know that you need to do return receipt requested or anything like that. You probably just slam a stamp on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they would say they never got it.
No, I don't think that they would take it that far. I mean, in the end, a lot of these people are just functionaries. They're just, they're just low-level employees working, doing their jobs. Yeah. So I don't think that they would send out a memo telling everybody anything that comes in here that's not return receipt requested, throw it in the trash. That they would expose themselves to far more litigation through a policy like that than if they'd have just paid everybody twice the shares they had coming. So, I'm not saying that they're the nicest guys and are on our side. I'm just saying I think if you slam a stamp on it and shove it in the mailbox, probably work.
Yeah, no response, then you go certified. No response, then you go registered. Then you know it got there.
Yeah. Shove a tramp stamp on there.
Shove that tramp stamp in there.
I had a question. Did anybody have a brokerage account with E-Trade and were able to get their fees reversed? I got a couple of custodian accounts for my kids, and they hit me 2 times, and now they're emailing me saying they're going to send me to collections if I don't pay it.
Oh, they'll send you to margin first.
Pardon?
They'll send you to margin first. They'll take it out of your shares.
Well, it depends on the type of account that he has.
Oh, that's true.
There are 2 custodial accounts, and they hit me twice because I called them the day of, and the lady I talked to, she was definitely pissed because she had been dealing with a whole bunch of people calling about that, and she was like not in the mood to give me my money back. I'm thinking about giving them a call back again and being nicer and trying to get my money back.
I know I've had instances of people who have told me that they've gotten their money back from E-Trade, so I wouldn't give up on it. But you may only get, I don't know how many transaction fees you had, but I've usually only hear about 1 transaction being refunded on E-Trades, so it probably makes a difference for you.
All right, thanks, Casey. Yeah, it's 2 of them because I got 1 custodial account for each of my kids, and they hit me with a corporate action fee on each one. I'm like, well, I didn't have nothing to do with that corporate action fee. I was just holding some shares.
But if they're separate accounts, then they might be able to refund for each account, though, like once for each account.
Yeah, they are. I'll give them a call back.
Yeah, don't give up on it, and kite pressing away a little bit at it, because I mean it wasn't your fault, so. Well, Pribar
2026 bond?
On the bonds, we haven't really gotten any news that confirms that the bonds have been bought back. So I'm gonna go with a no. The one person that I did talk to gave me some exact numbers on how much those bonds would have been to close out, and I can't imagine that Adam Aaron got that great of a deal. If he did, holy crap, because they would have taken they would have eaten 66 cents on the dollar or more.
Yeah, I heard one of them was insane. Like 25 mil, and then the other part of that bond was like 1.9 billion or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. I knew Biggums was supposed to do a live stream when he was digging into it. I saw on Twitter he was digging into it, or X, sorry, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah, I just still call it Twitter now. I can't.
I don't follow Biggums, and I've only watched his stream once or twice, and seems like he's a stand-up guy and nice enough and all, but I just got to give him the respect he deserves for coming into chat under his own name, not hiding, and just saying hi, or even just showing up. Because I'm of the opinion, I'm quite certain of it, that there's many other YouTube providers who come almost on a daily basis under fake names and aliases, because they're too cowardly to come. So regardless of, I don't have any opinion on the merit of Biggums' DD because I don't follow him, but I have an immense amount of respect for him for just popping in, using his real name and saying, "Hey, what's up?" That says a lot about his character, and he deserves a salute from me for that alone.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think he falls in line with some of those, some of the YouTubers like KC, and they're just like no bullshit. It is what it is, and he calls out people all the fucking time. It's great. It's great.
And right or wrong, like I said, I don't know the guy, so I can't speak with authority on his ability to do TA or anything. I don't know if he's the biggest asshole that walks the earth. I don't know. All I know is what I see. He comes into a chat with 400 or 500 people that's on a different YouTube content creator, KC's, but he comes under his own name and doesn't hide or cowardly hide behind a fake name. And I think he deserves respect for that alone, and I admire him for it.
100%. Pantheon's here. I would throw Pantheon under that as well. I mean, Pantheon's a pretty straightforward guy too.
But Pantheon is more or less a regular. He's more or less a regular, so I lump him. I kind of view him as one of our own. He has his own channel and his own stream, but I've always viewed him as kind of one of our own. I think everybody's getting a gist of what I'm saying. That there's a bunch of fucking cowards out there who come in here and sniff around and look around, but they don't have the balls to do it under their own name. And that's what I'm getting at.
The jizz. Who's getting the jizz?
They're getting the jizz of this.
The jizz.
Jay Midra says, "Hey everyone, just wanted you all to know I'm actually Kenny G. Surprise, mother."
See that twat waffle today on CNBC?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it yet, but was it good? Was it worth watching?
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time, Casey. It's a complete waste of my time.
It's just a bullshit word
Really?
salad that he always does in that whiny voice.
I'm gonna probably give it a watch. I'm gonna give it a watch just so I can, maybe do a little parody maybe tomorrow on some of it. Maybe we'll see.
Did a post earlier. You were doing the numbers, and I couldn't resist myself. The only thing he did say that was kind of made me want to reach through the screen and choke him till his eyes popped out was he made I can't give you the statement verbatim, but in its essence, it said that Gary Gensler is hurting the retail investor by instituting too many rules, and it was really that simple. It was it was laughable on its face. And,
well, hopefully, I'm hoping I can catch it on Twitter. Like somebody hopefully posted the whole thing or a link to it on Twitter somewhere, because otherwise I'm gonna have to mosey my way on over to MSNBC to watch it, and I really don't want to do that, but I will if I have to.
I saw it on Twitter. Somebody had recorded a part 1 and a part 2 off their computer, and he's sitting there looking all fat and bloated and old because he looks weathered and battered from the battling of us, I guess. Just holding a stock.
Can you imagine working with an axe over the neck?
You got to realize this guy's made some trips over to Saudi Arabia, and if I had to guess, if I had to make a wager, my guess is that he's probably tried to ask them for money to, continue operations. And I personally myself would never want to do something like that, because I would I feel like you put yourself at a lot of risk when you start borrowing money from people who don't have international law as a rule that they follow. If you know what I mean by that.
Remember, like at the beginning of all this. Remember the beginning of all this, where like there's some rumors floating around. He hired someone.
The
Secret Service.
Secret Service.
Secret Service.
Yeah.
From underneath one of the presidents at the time, I guess it was Trump, and then he was rumored to have some money by big Russian oligarchs, and that he was losing their money, and they were upset about it. And they have they have ways of making people disappear. So there's no doubt he's been under some pressure over the years.
How dare you?
I heard I heard that the Secret Service agent was actually issued to him or assigned to him
Really?
as a. That's what I heard. I mean, that's when I first heard the story. I heard that he was assigned to him, which got a lot of people kind of wondering, like, what does that mean? Does that mean that he's like under surveillance to make sure he doesn't just kind of get lost anywhere? And it's like nobody really understood what it meant that he was, that he was going to have a Secret Service agent, quote unquote, with him at all times. So it was kind of a weird story. Yeah, it was just a weird story in general. I don't know if anybody ever got to the bottom of it, but I never heard anything again once that story had been originally released.
I heard he hired him, but that's even a more interesting theory that he was actually assigned him, because that would insinuate that he is so important to national security that they would need to do that. Crazy.
I don't know. Maybe we should go back in the history and see if we can pull up some documents on that, on any news reports, and see if we can validate the information. Maybe I'll try working on that today, just as a follow up. Our Yale said a flight risk.
I like yucca. Or no.
Hey, I got a quick update. I got the guy. He came back 50 minutes in right now. He hold on, sorry, my Luke, my son is here. Luke, say what's up. All right. So, anyways, wait, hold on. He got back to me and he said that they had the 7.5 for every share. You would get one share of the settlement, and that was it wasn't retracted, but he said that was I forget the word he used, but basically they took that back, that wasn't supposed to be the issue. And I'm like, where does it say that? I'm looking at the 8K, and if they did retract it or whatever he used, like, where would that be posted? That has to be filed with the SEC. That doesn't make sense. How can that be? You can't give me that information where it is. So I'm talking to the compliance officer. I'm on hold, so I'll let you know what happens.
Yeah, I would ask for them to send you in writing the adding, the removal, and how all of that was processed through the SEC.
That's so strange.
They amended it. Tell them that Yucca did his own amendment. We had Yucca did an amendment for us. Amended it.
Will do. I can't think of the wording. It bugs me that I can't. But basically, they kind of retracted it, is what he kind of said. But he used a different word. I can't remember the name.
Redacted?
But I'm like, why would they?
Rescinded?
It might have been redacted, yeah. Could have been redacted. But
all right.
I'll let you
know. Yeah, keep us posted, man. I look forward to hearing how that turns out for you. I got to head out of the back of the big tramp, guys. It's time to wrap up this day.
Yes, I am.
All right. I'll see you guys later. Unfortunately, guys, it is that time of the day. Let me go ahead and wrap this up here. As usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. It's our last day this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
chest and be a little bolder. To survive. There will be shows that wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead, so when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. Seems got your back. We got it.